Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments from where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The Shadow That Knows Your Name. Chapter 1: The Tap on the Window. It began with a sound so small that Mara almost dismissed it. A faint, brittle tap at her bedroom window, like a knuckle barely touching glass. The time was 2:30. The city outside her apartment slept under a cold autumn rain, the kind that made streetlights glow with a halo and swallowed every shape in a gray veil. Mara lay frozen under her blankets. There it was again. Tab, tab, tab. Not the rhythm of a tree branch, not the inconsistent tick of raindrops. Intentional, human. She slowly pushed herself up, heart drumming under her ribs. She tried to tell herself not to look, but curiosity, or fear dressed as curiosity, dragged her gaze toward the window. Nothing. Only the curtain fluttering from the tiny draft she'd been meaning to fix. Still, sleep wouldn't return. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, one notification. Unknown number. Did you hear that? She dropped the phone. The message had no timestamp delay. It came the instant she heard the tapping. And as she stared at the words, another message appeared on its own. You always ignore the things you shouldn't. Chapter 2: The Notes. Mara reported the messages to the police in the morning. They nodded, filled out a report, asked politely if she had upset anyone recently, then sent her home with a brochure about digital harassment and online safety. She knew they wouldn't help. Stalkers crawl in the spaces between certainty and paranoia, never leaving enough evidence, always just enough to make the victim doubt themselves. But that morning, when Mara stepped out of her apartment to leave for work, she found something waiting. A paper note, folded perfectly, placed dead center on her doormat. Her name written on it in perfect block letters. Inside, you looked cute in that blue shirt yesterday. Wear it again. She hadn't posted any photos, hadn't even left the building much. Someone was watching her. When she arrived at work, an office cubicle farm 3 blocks away, another note sat taped to her monitor. You shouldn't come here today. No one admitted to placing it. No one had seen anything. That evening, as she climbed the stairs to her apartment, she felt the weight of surveillance on her back, like eyes lifting every time she turned, only to slip away before she could catch them. Inside her apartment, the phone buzzed. Check the closet. Her breath stopped. Her limbs turned to cold stone. For almost a full minute she didn't move. Then, shaking, she picked up a broom and held it like a spear. She approached the closet door, nudged it open inch by inch. Empty, except for a single Polaroid photo, lying face up on the floor. It was her, sleeping. Chapter 3: The Stairwell Stranger. By now, Mara had stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Every noise was a threat. The hum of a fridge, the pipes clanking, footsteps from upstairs. On the third night since the messages began, she heard something far worse. Footsteps in her stairwell. Slow, heavy, pausing after every few steps. Her apartment was on the 4th floor, and she counted each thud as it climbed. Step, pause. Step, pause. Up, up, up. She locked both deadbolts, then pressed her eye to the peephole. A man stood on the landing below, broad shoulders, hoodie pulled low. He wasn't looking at her door, but his posture was uncanny, stiff, as if waiting for a cue. His head tilted slightly, as though listening to something she couldn't hear. Then he lifted his phone. A soft buzz behind her, her own phone lit up. Unknown number. Do you like my friend? He's learning your schedule. The man slowly raised his head until his hood faced her peephole. He pressed his ear to the door. Mara stumbled backward, muffling a scream. She dialed 911 with trembling fingers. The operator stayed on the line until officers arrived, 20 minutes later. By then, the stairwell was silent. The man was gone, but the officers did find something. At the bottom of the stairs, taped to the wall, another note. Stop calling the police. Chapter 4, The Blue Shirt. Mara couldn't bear to stay in her apartment. She packed what she could into a duffel bag and fled to her friend Leela's place across the city. Leela welcomed her with blankets, candles, and warm tea, comforts that felt foreign after days of terror. You'll stay here as long as you need, Leela insisted. For the first time since it began, Mara felt a hint of safety. But safety, she realized, was just another illusion. At 3:04 a.m., Leela shook her awake, whispering urgently. Mara, your phone, it's buzzing nonstop. 10 messages from the unknown number. Where are you? You didn't say good night. You took the wrong bus. You shouldn't hide from me. Blue looks so good on you. You left a light on in your bathroom. Is Leela a good host? Her window locks are weak. Are you scared yet? You should be. Leela insisted they call the police again, but Mara felt something tighten inside her, a realization, bitter and metallic. He always knew where she was. He knew when she slept. He knew what she wore. He knew every move. There was no safety. Not anywhere. That night, Leela slept beside her on the floor to keep her calm. But at dawn, when Leela groggily got up to make coffee, she saw something outside, the faint imprint of fingers on the foggy glass of the living room window. Fingerprints on the inside of the glass. Chapter 5, The First Victim. Leela demanded they search the apartment. She armed herself with a kitchen knife. Mara clutched a heavy lamp. Room by room, they checked, breathing shallow, listening for anything. Nothing. And yet every shadow felt wrong. Every corner stretched too deep. Every closet too silent. When Leela opened the hall cabinet, she froze. Inside, folded neatly on the shelf, lay a shirt. A blue shirt. Mara collapsed to her knees. Her vision blurred. She had left that shirt in her own apartment closet. She was certain, terrifyingly certain. He had been here. He had walked through Leela's home. Watched them. Left her clothing as a message. They called the police again. This time officers took it seriously. They canvassed the building, interviewed neighbors, checked cameras. The detective, a tired-eyed man named Holloway, stayed with them after the search. We found something, he said quietly. Not in the apartment, in the alley behind the building. Mara's stomach nodded. What? He hesitated. We found a body. Leela gasped. Detective Holloway continued, voice low. A man, early 30s, no ID. His phone was smashed, but in his pocket was a note with your name on it. Mara felt the room tilt. My name. Yes, Holloway said. And that's not even the strangest part. He slid a small evidence bag onto the table. Inside was a Polaroid, a photo taken from outside Leela's window. It showed both women sleeping on the floor. But behind them, in the dark reflection of the TV screen, was a silhouette. Tall, motionless, watching. Chapter 6, The Man in the Alley. Detective Holloway didn't let Mara see the body, but his description was enough to poison her sleep for days. The dead man's face had been mutilated, not beaten, not slashed, but carved with a chilling precision. Lines running from temple to jaw. A smile carved wider than any natural expression. He wasn't the stalker, Holloway had said. He was a message to her. They searched the alley thoroughly and found no footprints, no fingerprints, no trace of struggle. It was as if the killer appeared and vanished like smoke. Mara began to notice changes inside herself. A fog sown from fear and lack of sleep. She jumped at every whisper of movement, a leaf blowing across the sidewalk, the scrape of a passing car. Worst of all, she started to see him, even when he wasn't there. She saw a hooded figure across the street. She blinked and he was gone. She saw a reflection in bus windows. Gone when she looked again. But the dread didn't fade. Because every night at exactly 2:13 a.m., her phone vibrated once. Just once. A single message. You forgot to say goodnight again. Chapter 7, The Whisper in the Vents. Mara and Leela moved again, this time to Leela's sister's apartment on the edge of the city. The building was older, with creaking pipes and long, echoing hallways that smelled faintly of metal and dust. For a few nights, things were calm. No messages, no tapping, no figures outside windows. Mara dared to hope. But then the nights grew colder. The wind sharper. The building groaned under winter's advance, and with the deepening chill came the sound. A whisper, soft, muffled, coming through the vents. At first, Mara thought it was neighbors talking late at night. But the whispering was too steady, too deliberate. It always began with a soft inhale, like someone drawing breath from the other side of the metal grate. Then a faint voice. Mara. She froze in her bed. The whisper continued, low and intimate, as though someone pressed their lips directly to the vent. You move a lot, you cry in your sleep. Why do you cry? I'm close again. She covered her ears, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. She shouted for Leela, who rushed in. When Leela pressed her ear to the vent, the whisper stopped instantly, cut into silence like a severed cord. Leela didn't believe she heard anything. She thought Mara was succumbing to paranoia. But at 2:13 a.m., Mara's phone buzzed. One message. I love when you say my name. Chapter 8, The Store Camera. Detective Holloway insisted Mara start documenting everything, every message, every detail, every time she thought she saw the stalker. Mara didn't feel safer, but she complied. One afternoon, while buying groceries at a small corner store, she noticed the store's security camera pointed directly at her aisle. Something made her look up. Behind her, standing at the far end of the aisle, was a man wearing a dark hooded jacket. Still, watching. Her throat dried instantly. She didn't turn to look at him directly. She just stared at his reflection in the small, dusty TV screen showing camera feeds. He didn't move. Not an inch. Not even to breathe. She backed away slowly and pretended to browse another aisle. But when she looked at the screen again, the hooded figure was gone. Panic spread through her chest like ice. She grabbed her basket and rushed to the register, but at the counter the cashier said, "You dropped this." He handed her a folded piece of paper, her name written on it. Mara's knees nearly buckled. She opened it with shaking hands. Inside was a screenshot, taken from the store camera feed, of her just moments ago, staring at the screen. But the hooded man wasn't in the picture. Not in any of the mirrors or monitors. The message beneath the image was simple. Only you can see me. Chapter 9, Leela's Disappearance. 3 nights later, Leela disappeared. She had been staying close to Mara all week, determined to protect her. But now she was simply gone, her coat still by the door, her phone left charging beside the couch. Detective Holloway organized a search, but there were no signs of struggle. The building cameras caught nothing. Neighbors heard nothing. Mara blamed herself instantly. That night, distraught and trembling, she curled into a corner of the guest bedroom and cried until her ribs ached. At 2:13 a.m., her phone buzzed. She didn't want to look. She didn't want to read it. but fear compelled her. The message was a photograph. Leela tied to a chair, gagged, eyes wide with terror. Behind her stood a tall silhouette, hooded, faceless, and unbrokenly calm. One gloved hand rested gently on Leela's shoulder. Below the photo, she tried to keep you for herself. Mara screamed until she couldn't breathe, until her voice broke. Another message came in seconds later. I told you her window locks were weak. Chapter 10, The Voice of the Stalker. Mara's sanity cracked under the weight of what she'd seen. She begged Detective Holloway to find Leela. She begged to be taken into police protection, but resources were limited. They placed her in a safe house, a small, empty apartment used for emergency cases. It felt anything but safe. That first night in the safe house, no texts came. No tapping. No whisper in the vents. But something worse did. A voice. Not from her phone. Not from outside. From inside the apartment. A soft male voice humming a slow, tuneless melody. She followed the sound with terrified steps, gripping a kitchen knife. It led her to the bedroom closet, the door slightly ajar. The humming stopped. Silence. Then, from behind the door. I finally get to hear you breathe this close. Mara dropped the knife and ran for the front door, fumbling desperately with the locks. She sprinted into the hallway screaming for help. The building security arrived within minutes and searched the apartment top to bottom. No one was inside. No one could have escaped. Every door and window was still locked. When Mara finally returned to the living room, her phone was lighting up on the couch. One new message. A voice recording. Hands trembling, she pressed play. It was her own voice, raw, gasping, sobbing, as she pounded on the front door minutes earlier. In the background, barely audible, was a second voice. A male whisper. You're getting better at running, but I always know where you'll go. Chapter 11, The Mask. The next morning, Detective Holloway arrived at the safe house with a tight jaw and a folder stuffed with papers. He looked older than he had the day before, as if the case itself had begun to drain him. Mara, he said, taking a slow seat on the couch. We found something. He opened the folder and slid out a plastic evidence bag. Inside was a mask. White, featureless, shaped like a smooth, blank human face with no mouth. It had been found taped to the inside of the safe house door. On the back, written in marker, "Do you like it? You'll see this face soon." Mara recoiled as if the mask could bite her. Her pulse became a frantic, thumping blur. Holloway's voice was calm, too calm. There's more. We lifted a partial fingerprint from the tape. Hope flickered. You know who he is. Holloway shook his head slowly. It doesn't match any known offender, but the material of the mask, it's custom. High-quality thermoplastic, not something a normal person buys. He leaned close. Your stalker plans, he prepares. This isn't random. Mara's hands trembled violently. When will you find him? Holloway held her gaze for a long, heavy moment. We're trying, but he's always one step ahead. Mara felt her stomach sink, because she knew something he didn't. He wasn't one step ahead. He was already here, inside every place she tried to hide. That night, the mask appeared again. On her pillow. Chapter 12, The Basement Door. The police moved her again. A second safe house, this one in a quieter part of the city. A worn-out duplex with peeling wallpaper and the smell of old carpet soaked into its bones. Mara didn't trust it. She didn't trust anywhere. Yet she entered with the hopeless obedience of someone who had run out of options. The house was silent. No neighbors above or below, no other occupants. It was meant to feel secure. Except for one thing. A basement door at the end of the hallway. An old door with chipped white paint and a large iron bolt. "Don't go down there," the officer said. "Place hasn't been used in years." That night when Mara lay in bed, she heard something. Not tapping, not whispering. A knock. Slow, heavy, coming from the basement door. She sat up, clutching her blanket to her chest. The knock came again. 2 knocks this time, like a patient visitor waiting for her to answer. Then faintly, Myra opened. She clamped her hands over her mouth to suppress a scream. The voice wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It was right behind the door. Her phone buzzed. "Don't be scared. That's just the door between us." Chapter 13, Inside the Walls. The knocks continued for 3 nights, always around 2:13 a.m., always slow, patient, deliberate. On the 4th night they stopped, but something worse replaced them. Scratching from inside the walls. Soft, slow, like fingertips dragging across plaster. It followed her through the house, down the hall, into the bathroom, even through the pipes when she tried to shower the fear off her skin. Wherever she went, the sound moved with her. She called Holloway, voice shaking. "He's in the walls, he's..." "Mara," Holloway interrupted, "that's impossible. The walls are concrete. There's no crawl space, no access path." But then Mara froze, because from the phone came another sound. A second line on the call. Someone breathing. Soft. Controlled. Male. Holloway barked, "Who is that?" But before he finished, the breathing became a whisper. A whisper Mara recognized instantly. You can't hide in dead places. The line cut. Silence swallowed the room. Mara dropped the phone, because she realized something horrifying. He had been listening through her phone, through the vents, through the walls. He could be anywhere, everywhere, and she no longer knew what part of her life was truly hers. Chapter 14, The Red Room. Detective Holloway arrived 15 minutes later, furious and pale. "We're taking you out of here," he said. "Pack only what you need." He guided her outside, but Mara felt the house watching her as she left, its windows dark, its door slightly ajar as though something inside was smiling. They drove for nearly an hour until they reached a police substation. It was small but secure, buzzing with tired officers and the hum of fluorescent lights. "Here," Holloway said, leading her into a holding room where she could sleep for the night. "One of the safest places we have." But even here, the dread didn't leave. The room was painted a faded red. A single camera watched from the corner. A thin cot sat against the wall. Myra curled up on it, unable to rest. Around midnight, the room went black. All the lights silent. Then the red emergency lights flickered on, dim and pulsing like a heartbeat. Footsteps echoed outside her room. Slow, heavy. She pressed against the corner, trembling violently. The footsteps stopped outside her door. And then, the camera in the corner rotated, turned downward, pointed directly at her. A soft click sounded in the silence. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. One message. "Smile for me." The door handle began to turn. Chapter 15, Holloway's Secret. The door flew open. Detective Holloway rushed inside and slammed it behind him, locking it quickly. "You need to come with me," he hissed, adrenaline shaking his voice. "He's here," Mara cried. "In the station, he's here." Holloway nodded once sharply. "I know." The hall behind him echoed with shouts and running footsteps. Something heavy slammed against a wall in the distance. Officers yelled orders. Radios crackled. "This entire building is compromised," Holloway muttered. Security cameras went down. Phones jammed. It's like he walked through the wires. He grabbed Mara's arm. "We're leaving through the back exit now." They rushed through a narrow supply corridor, past crates and old equipment, toward a steel door leading to the parking lot. Holloway punched in the exit code, but the keypad flickered and died. Holloway's breath faltered. "He's interfering with the system," he said. "No way he should be able to do that." Then Mara noticed something. Holloway's hand was shaking violently. Not from fear, from exhaustion. His palms were bruised. His knuckles scraped raw. "Holloway, what happened to you?" He didn't answer, just kept trying the broken keypad. "Holloway." She grabbed his arm. He finally looked at her. And in that moment, Mara saw something she had never considered before, something that turned her blood to ice. Detective Holloway's eyes were bloodshot, his skin pale, his jaw twitching. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in days. He looked like a man hiding something. And then her phone buzzed. One message, a single line that shattered her world. "Are you sure you can trust him?" Chapter 16, The Parking Lot. Mara backed away from Holloway, her breath sharp and quick. "Why would he send me that message?" she whispered. "Why would he say that about you?" Holloway swallowed hard. "Mara, he wants you isolated. He wants you doubting everyone." But something in his voice cracked. Something thin and trembling. Another crash echoed down the hall, metal falling, officers shouting. They were running out of time. Holloway slammed his shoulder into the emergency door. Once, twice, the metal groaned but didn't budge. He turned to her. "Mara, listen to me. Whatever you think, whatever he tells you, I am the only one trying to keep you alive." Her phone buzzed again. A photo, taken seconds ago, from the hallway camera. It showed Holloway standing behind her. But the photo was wrong. In the image, Holloway wasn't slamming the door. He wasn't trying to save her. He was standing perfectly still, staring at her back, smiling. Mara froze. Holloway, what is this?" He looked at the photo and went pale. "That's fake. He's manipulating the feed, Mara. You have to trust me." But she couldn't. Before she could scream, the door behind Holloway suddenly beeped and unlocked. The keypad flickered back to life. Someone, had opened it remotely. Holloway turned slowly toward the open door, gun drawn. A cold night breeze swept in from the dark parking lot. Holloway stepped backward, shielding Mara with his body. "Move," he whispered. "We have seconds." Chapter 17, The Blood Trail. They sprinted into the lot, shoes slapping the pavement. The station behind them erupted with alarm sirens and blinding red lights. It was chaos. Cars sat empty, windows dark, the entire area drowned in shadows. Holloway pulled Mara behind a concrete pillar as shouting officers spilled out the front entrance. "Stay low," he ordered. Mara peeked around the pillar and saw a streak of blood on the pavement. Wet, fresh, leading toward the far end of the lot. "Holloway," she whispered, pointing at the trail. He tightened his jaw. "This is what happens when someone gets in here." "Someone," she swallowed. "You mean him?" Holloway didn't answer. The blood streak dragged toward a row of old maintenance sheds. The doors were dark and slightly open. Something metal inside clanged softly, like a chain being nudged. Mara's heart stopped. A silhouette stood behind one of the shed doors. Tall, still, watching. "Mara, don't look," Holloway said, gripping her arm, pulling her back. But the figure stepped forward, into the faint moonlight. And it wasn't the stalker. It was Officer Ramos, one of the station staff. His throat was slit, wide open. The cut clean, deliberate, surgical. He stumbled toward them like a puppet, one hand clutching the wound. Blood dripped down his uniform in dark ropes. Before Holloway could reach him, Ramos collapsed at their feet. A piece of paper was clutched in his hand. Holloway pried it out carefully and froze. It was a photo. A Polaroid. Taken from inside the police station moments earlier. It showed Mara and Holloway in the hallway. But behind them, a shadow leaned around the corner. A stretched, unnatural figure with a blank white face. The mask. The message scrawled under the picture. You shouldn't run from someone who knows your footsteps. Chapter 18, The Imposter. Holloway dragged Mara toward his car, boots skidding across the asphalt. We're leaving now. As they ran, Mara's mind spiraled. The photo. The mask. The voice in the walls. The way the stalker always knew where she was, what she did, what she whispered in the dark. How does he know everything? She cried. Tell me, Holloway, how does he always know? Because he listens, Holloway snapped. He taps cameras, phones, feeds, infrastructure, He stopped suddenly, eyes darting across the lot. Something was wrong. A figure stood beside Holloway's car. A tall man in a dark hood. Face pale. Unmoving. Holloway raised his gun. Get back. The hooded figure tilted his head. Then another figure stepped into view. And another. 3 hooded silhouettes appeared around the car, each identical in height and stillness. As if they were copies. Mirrors. Mara felt her pulse detonate inside her chest. Is he multiplying? Is he? No, Holloway whispered. He's not alone. The 3 figures slowly approached. Holloway pulled Mara back behind a row of vehicles. Stay here, he ordered. I'm flanking them. If something happens, you run. No, Mara grabbed his sleeve. You can't fight 3. Mara, his eyes softened. I promised I'd protect you. He slipped away before she could stop him. Mara crouched behind the car, trembling, listening. Then she heard it. A voice behind her. Soft. Come. A whisper at the back of her neck. Mara. She froze. Why trust him? The voice breathed. When I wear his voice so much better. Chapter 19, Holloway in the dark. Mara spun around, swinging her arm blindly, but saw no one. Only darkness. Only the cold night air. Her breathing spiraled into panic. She crawled backward across the pavement until her back hit a tire. Tears blurred her vision as she clamped her hands over her mouth to keep from screaming. Where was Holloway? Where were the hooded figures? A gunshot echoed across the lot. Then another. Then a choked scream. Mara crawled toward the sound, heart hammering, until she found a small gap between 2 parked trucks. She peeked through and nearly fainted. Detective Holloway was on his knees, gasping, a deep gash across his arm. Blood soaked his shirt. One of the hooded figures stood over him, unmoving. Holloway raised his gun and fired again. Clicking. Empty. The hooded figure slowly lifted its head. And its face was his. Another Holloway. Pale. Expressionless. Eyes dead. No, the real Holloway whispered. No, no. The fake Holloway stepped closer, tilting his head with eerie precision. He bent down and whispered something into the real Holloway's ear. Holloway's face twisted in horror. He looked toward Mara's hiding place, as if he suddenly knew where she was, and shouted, Mara, run! But before he could finish, the fake Holloway plunged a knife into his throat. Mara slapped her hand over her mouth as the real Holloway collapsed in a spray of blood. The imposter turned, slowly, directly toward her. and smiled. Chapter 20, The Last Safe Place. Mara bolted from her hiding spot, sprinting across the parking lot with a feral, desperate strength she didn't know she had. She didn't look back. She couldn't. Her lungs burned. Her vision tunneled. Her legs felt ready to snap. Behind her, she could hear footsteps. Not running. Walking. Slow and steady. As if he knew she could never outrun him. She reached the front of the station, but the power was still out. The doors were locked, the windows dark. She slammed her fists against the glass. "Help, please." Silence answered her. Then, her phone buzzed. She didn't want to look, but she did. One message. "Come home." Mara staggered backward. No, where is home? I don't have. Another message. "The place you fear the most." She felt her chest collapse. She knew exactly what he meant. Her first apartment. The place where the tapping started. Where the closet photo was left. Where he had learned her breathing, her habits, her life. Her phone buzzed again. A video this time. She tapped it with trembling fingers. It showed her apartment hallway. Filmed seconds ago. Someone was knocking on her door. Slow. Calm. Patient. Knock, knock, knock. The camera panned down the hallway. And there, in front of her apartment door, stood the stalker. Tall. Still. Wearing the white, featureless mask. He turned toward the camera, tilted his head, and whispered, "Welcome back, Mara." The video ended. Mara dropped the phone, and in the silent, cold parking lot, she realized the truth. The last safe place wasn't the station. It wasn't a safe house. It wasn't anywhere she ran. The last safe place was the place he had chosen. The place he had prepared. The place he was waiting. Her home. Chapter 21, FOOTSDEPS outside. Emma's motel room felt like it was shrinking, the walls inching closer with every breath. The phone lying in the parking lot still streamed her silhouette. Whoever was recording her, whoever owned that phone, was close enough to see her curtains, close enough to hear her if she whispered. She backed away from the window until her knees hit the bed. Then she heard it. Crunching. A footstep on the gravel. Another. Slow, deliberate, coming closer to room 14. Emma grabbed the motel lamp, her hands trembling so badly she nearly dropped it. She killed the lights and crouched behind the bed. The footsteps stopped right outside her door. Silence. A shadow blocked the thin strip of light under the door. The silhouette was slow moving, as if the person were bending, lowering themselves to look directly underneath. Emma held her breath. A fingernail scraped along the bottom of the door, slowly peeling across the wood like it was testing the grain. Then someone whispered. Not a word, just a long, low exhale, as though smelling her fear through the crack. Emma's heart hammered violently. Then, a soft tap on the doorknob. Tap, 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 and suddenly, the knob turned. Emma clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle her scream. But the bolt held. She heard a quiet laugh, slow, delighted. Then the shadow stepped away. The footsteps retreated back into the night, swallowed once again by silence. Emma didn't sleep at all. Chapter 22, The Man Without a Face. At dawn, Emma finally opened her motel room door. Her breathing quickened when she saw what had been slipped underneath it overnight. A Polaroid photo. She picked it up with shaking fingers, terrified of what she'd see. The picture was of her motel room door, from inches away, taken sometime during the night. The timestamp printed on the bottom corner was 3:17 a.m. the exact moment she was crouched behind the bed. But behind her door, through the peephole, a figure stood, tall, wearing a hood, body sharp and rigid like a silhouette cut out from darkness. And the face was blurred, smeared, as if the camera refused to capture it. As if he didn't have one. Emma's stomach twisted. On the back of the Polaroid, messy handwriting spelled, "I don't like this place. Let's go somewhere nicer. Somewhere quieter." Her hands shook so much the picture nearly fell from her grip. She grabbed her bag and rushed to her car. She didn't care where she went, just far away from room 14, far away from anything that could hide a watching face. She sped off, leaving the motel shrinking in her rearview mirror. But as she drove, something caught her eye. Far behind her on the roadside, standing completely still in the morning fog, a tall figure watching the car leave. Chapter 23, The Empty Gas Station. Emma drove until her gas tank was nearly empty. She pulled off the highway and into an isolated gas station, the kind that looked abandoned even when the lights were on. Inside, the cashier was nowhere in sight. "Hello," Emma called, voice unsteady. No answer. But the cash register was open. A half-drunk coffee sat on the counter. A newspaper lay folded, the date smudged from a dragging fingertip. She felt watched again. She turned quickly around. Nothing. No one. But then she saw it. A convex security mirror in the top corner of the store, the kind that gave a wide view of the whole room. In it she saw herself, the aisles, the register, the empty doorway behind her. And then, a second figure, standing directly behind her. Tall, still, facing her. Emma whipped around. Nobody there. Her breath staggered. She stared back up at the convex mirror. The figure was still in the reflection. Closer now. Only a few feet behind her reflection. It raised a hand slowly in the mirror. Yet nothing moved behind her in reality. Emma backed toward the exit, never taking her eyes off the warped mirror. The figure began to smile, the grin stretching unnaturally wide. Emma bolted out of the gas station and jumped back into her car, peeling away so fast she nearly spun out. She didn't look at the mirror again. Chapter 24, The Phone in the Woods. She drove aimlessly for hours until she found a small rest stop deep in the woods. A picnic table, a trash bin, a patch of gravel. She got out, packing, trying to steady her breathing. It was too quiet. The trees seemed to lean closer, listening. Then her own phone buzzed. Blocked number. She froze. The text said, "Drop your phone. Now." Her throat tightened. Before she could react, the phone vibrated again. "Don't turn around. Just drop it." Her pulse spiked. She obeyed, letting the phone fall onto the forest floor. Then rustling. From behind her. Slow, soft steps, a presence. She felt it more than heard it. Someone approached the phone on the ground. Emma stood perfectly still, muscles screaming, lungs burning. A hand, not hers, picked up the phone. She saw its shadow stretch across the ground next to hers. Long fingers, too long. Then the phone was lifted out of sight. Leaves crunched. The presence backed away. Emma didn't move for a full minute. Then footsteps echoing from deeper in the woods. She finally spun around and saw no one. Her phone was gone, and so was whoever took it. Chapter 25, The Video Message. An hour later, Emma heard her ringtone echoing through the woods. She followed the sound, heart pounding as it led her to a clearing. There, hanging from a low branch, was her phone, dangling by her own charging cable tied tight like a noose. She grabbed it with trembling hands. A new message waited. A video. She pressed play, The screen showed the back of her own head, her standing at the rest stop, frozen, petrified. Then a man slowly approached her from behind, camera shaking as he held the phone. He stopped inches from her, close enough to touch her, close enough to breathe on her. But she never turned around. In the video, a hand reached toward her neck, hovering, not touching. Then the voice whispered, right into the microphone, "I could have taken you any time." The video cut to black. Emma dropped the phone, chest heaving with sobs, legs giving out beneath her. She wasn't escaping him. He was letting her run, letting her breathe. Because the game wasn't over. He was saving her for the ending. Chapter 26, the cabin with one light on. Emma drove until her vision blurred. Eventually, the highway thinned into dirt roads, and dirt roads into a narrow forest path that scraped the sides of her car. Her gas tank was nearly empty again. The woods grew denser. The sunlight vanished behind a wall of branches. Then she saw it. A cabin, deep in the forest, half-rotted, leaning slightly to one side. But one window, just one, glowed with a warm yellow light. Relief and terror collided in her chest. Was someone inside? Or was he waiting? Her car sputtered, then died completely. She coasted to a stop in the clearing, heart pounding. She had no choice. She approached the cabin. Each step made the leaves crunch louder than they should have. The glowing window flickered slightly, like a candle fighting for oxygen. Emma knocked. No answer. She pushed the door open. It creaked wide. The cabin's interior was dim, dusty, filled with cobwebs. The glowing light came from a single lamp plugged into a generator, humming unevenly. Emma froze. The lamp's cord led to a timer, set for exactly 12 minutes left. Someone had turned it on right before she arrived. Someone expecting her. Her chest tightened. She backed away slowly and bumped into something behind her. Something warm. Someone tall. Chapter 27, the man in the corner. Emma spun around so fast, she nearly lost her balance. But no one was there. Only the corner of the cabin, shadowed and empty. Her breath shook. She scanned the room again. Nothing moved. No sound. Still, the feeling of someone standing behind her lingered, like a hand on the back of her neck. She grabbed the lamp and shined it into the darkest corner. That's when she saw them. Footprints. Fresh ones, muddy, leading from the corner to the front door. Leading toward her car. She rushed outside, heart hammering wildly. Her car door was open. She had left it closed. On the driver's seat lay something small, reflective. Emma approached carefully, every muscle tight. It was a photo. Another Polaroid. But this one wasn't of her. It was of the cabin interior, taken from somewhere high up, as if shot through a vent. And in the photo, she could see herself standing alone. But she wasn't alone. Behind her, in the top corner of the cabin, clinging to the rafters like a spider, a tall figure hung upside down, watching her. Her hands shook. She looked back to the cabin. The window went dark. The generator cut out. The woods fell silent. Too silent. Chapter 28, the forest that LISDNED. Emma ran into the woods. She didn't know where she was going, only that she needed not to be here when he returned. Branches whipped her face, roots clawed at her ankles. The sky darkened into a heavy dusk. Behind her, she heard it. Heavy footsteps. Steady, unhurried, following, not far enough behind, not close enough to catch her. He was matching her pace, playing. Emma tripped over a fallen log and slammed into the ground. Pain exploded through her knee, but she forced herself up again. The footsteps stopped. She listened, breath ragged. Nothing. Then, a voice echoed softly between the trees. "You run beautifully." Her body froze. The voice wasn't coming from behind her. It wasn't coming from ahead. It was coming from everywhere. The forest carried it like a whisper from every direction. Emma sprinted blindly, heart shattering the silence. She didn't look back, not even when branches snapped and leaves rustled only yards behind her. She didn't see the massive metal structure until she crashed into it. A fence, barbed wire at the top, tall, rusted, ancient. A boundary, a dead end. On the other side of the fence was more forest, but unreachable. Emma spun around. Nothing. No footsteps. No breathing. Just the suffocating quiet of the woods. Until a single, soft tap came from the fence. She turned slowly. And there, on the other side of the rusted bars, a hand slid between the gaps. Long, pale, waiting. Chapter 29, The Face Behind the Trees. Emma backed away from the fence, shaking violently. The hand withdrew slowly, deliberately. Then she saw him, standing between the trees, far enough to blur into the shadows, but close enough that she knew he was smiling. The tall man, the faceless silhouette, the thing that moved like a person but watched like a predator dissecting prey. He tilted his head, a slow, unnatural motion. Then he raised his arm and pointed. Not at her, at the ground by her feet. Emma looked down. A phone. Her phone. He had dropped it there silently. It buzzed. A video notification. Hands trembling, she pressed play. The video showed the cabin, filmed from the rafters. She saw herself enter, saw herself panic. But then the camera tilted upward, toward a hidden corner she had never noticed. A narrow crawlspace. Inside that crawlspace, crouched completely still, eyes wide open, was the stalker, watching her the whole time, hidden just a few feet above her. In the video, he reached down silently, stretching his hand toward her hair. And the video cut off. Emma felt her throat closing in terror. A new text arrived. Turn around. I want you to see my face this time. Her blood iced. Slowly she lifted her head. He was closer. So close she could see every detail the shadows had hidden until now. And his face was not blurred anymore. It was smiling. Too wide. Too sharp. Too wrong. A face stretched like it was trying to imitate human expressions, but didn't understand how. A mask of wet, trembling skin. Emma stumbled backward, screamed, and ran. For the first time, he chased her at full speed. Chapter 30, the ending he chose. Emma tore through the forest, lungs screaming, legs burning. Behind her, branches snapped violently. He was no longer packing her. He was hunting. She burst into a clearing where moonlight spilled across the ground like a silver wound. And there, waiting for her, was her car. She didn't question it. She threw open the door, turned the key. The engine roared back to life. She floored the accelerator, tearing down the dirt path, branches slapping the sides of the car as she sped toward the main road. Her chest tightened in relief, until she saw the figure, standing in the middle of the dirt road, perfectly still, as if he knew exactly where she'd go. Emma screamed and swerved. The car skidded, spun, crashed violently into a tree. The world shattered into ringing pain and darkness. Her vision blurred as she tried to lift her head. Footsteps approached the wreck. Slow, deliberate, inevitable. Her car door opened, A hand gently brushed her cheek. His voice whispered, soft and calm. "It's okay, you ran far enough." Emma tried to move. She couldn't. He leaned closer, his smile stretching again, skin trembling like something underneath was shifting. "This ending," he whispered. "I wrote it for you." Her vision dimmed. The last thing she saw was his face lowering toward hers, the skin peeling into something inhuman, something hungry. And then all light vanished. The end. The 13th night. Chapter 1, The Announcement. The world didn't end with fire or plague. It ended with a vote. A single, televised vote that flickered across every screen at 8:03 p.m. on a Tuesday evening. The anchor's voice barely hid the tremor as he read the results. With a national majority of 62%, the Emergency Freedom Act has passed. The purge is now officially law. 12 hours of total lawlessness. 12 hours where murder wouldn't count, blood wouldn't matter, and justice would take a night off. Some cheered, some cried, some locked themselves in basements praying to gods they barely remembered. In the town of Redham Falls, people reacted like animals sensing a storm. Doors slammed, boards hammered over windows. Panic shopping emptied the stores in minutes. But the announcement didn't shock everyone. Some people had been waiting for this. Some people lived for it. And one of them was already sharpening his knives. Chapter 2, The Countdown begins. 12 hours remained until the very first purge in history. The air felt wrong, heavy, like the town was holding its breath, waiting for the scream that always comes before a slaughter. Sarah Maddox, 22 years old, clutched the last metal bar as her father screwed it into the living room window. He hadn't spoken in over 20 minutes. He worked with a speed she had never seen in him before, focused, desperate, sweating despite the cold. "Dad," Sarah whispered, "do you really think people here will, kill?" He paused. The drill stopped buzzing. He turned slowly, eyes hollow. People don't need a reason to be monsters. They only need permission. Sarah swallowed. Outside, the town's loudspeakers crackled to life. A soft female voice echoed down the streets. "Reminder, the purge begins in 11 hours and 50 minutes. Seek shelter, prepare your homes, stay safe." Sarah trembled. Her father locked the last board in place. "But what if someone gets inside?" she asked. "They won't," he said. A lie. They both knew it. Because her father wasn't the only one preparing. Somewhere across town, in a dark basement smelling of rust and old blood, a masked figure ran his thumb along the edge of a serrated blade and whispered. Almost time. Chapter 3, The Mask Maker. He had a name once, a job, a wife, a place in the world. But the world didn't deserve names anymore. He had given himself a new one. The Mask Maker. He crafted a new mask every year, long before any purge was ever legalized. He made them out of whatever he found, plastic, wood, leather. Each one a reflection of a different face he wanted to carve off a human skull someday. Tonight's mask was different. Tonight's mask mattered. It was bone white, shaped into a screaming expression, with jagged holes where the eyes should be. He held it gently, like a fragile relic. "You'll be the last face they see," he whispered, sliding it over his head. The strap cinched tight. The world became framed in darkness and hunger. He looked at himself in the cracked basement mirror. A pale figure stared back, alien, inhuman, perfect. Behind him on the wall hung photos. Dozens of them. Families, children, neighbors, people from Redham Falls who didn't even know their faces were marked for death. He touched one specific photograph. A girl, Sarah Maddox. He traced her outline with a gloved fingertip and smiled behind the bone mask. Tonight, he said softly, we begin with you. Chapter 4, A Town on Edge. Hours passed like slow dripping poison. The air grew colder, the sky darker, as if the sun itself didn't want to witness what was coming. People barricaded their homes, plywood covered windows like dead eyes, streets emptied, silence thick as fog. At 6:00 p.m., sirens wailed in the center of town. The mayor stood on the courthouse steps, surrounded by armed guards, voice crackling over the intercom systems. This is an opportunity, he said, trying and failing to sound confident. A chance for society to cleanse itself, a chance for us to start anew. A crowd gathered below, scattered and tense. Someone shouted back, a chance for murder. Another yelled, we're dead tonight. The mayor's smile twitched. Only the weak die, he replied. The strong survive. Sarah, hidden near an alley, felt a chill crawl up her spine. That wasn't leadership. That was a threat. She pulled her hoodie tighter, heading home before curfew. Behind a row of vehicles, a pale figure watched her walk. Unmoving. Silent. His bone mask gleamed faintly under the flickering streetlights. The mask maker whispered through the slits. Run home, little one. I'll find you soon. Chapter 5, The Final Hour Before Hell. The last hour before the purge felt unreal. People whispered prayers behind locked doors. Radios played hushed emergency broadcasts. Children cried themselves to sleep before the screams could wake them. Sarah sat with her father in the living room, the house completely sealed, every door locked, every window reinforced. Or so they hoped. The electricity flickered briefly. Sarah's father frowned, power grids already under strain. Then, a loudspeaker crackled outside. Attention, citizens. The purge will commence in 60 minutes. All emergency services will be suspended. All crime is now permitted. Sarah squeezed her father's hand. He didn't reassure her. He couldn't, because somewhere in the dark, the mask maker approached their street, walking calmly, dragging something behind him. A steel hook, scraping against the pavement, singing its screeching metal song. He stopped at the end of the road and tilted his masked head, listening to the terrified silence echo from every home. Then he whispered, almost lovingly, "Let the night begin." Chapter 6, The Clock Strikes 6. The town seemed almost frozen. Even the wind had stilled, as though holding its breath in anticipation. Sarah Maddox and her father crouched in their fortified living room, listening to every creak, every distant footstep, every faint pop of a gunshot in the far distance. The clock ticked closer to 7, the official start of the purge. Outside, the first scream shattered the silence. People were killing. Neighbors were turning on neighbors. Cars screamed down empty streets, engines revving as drivers rammed into whatever or whoever they could find. Sarah clutched her father's arm. "Dad, we can't stay here." He shook his head. "We wait. That's all we can do. Wait, survive, hope someone doesn't break in." Then came the sound of scraping metal at their front door. Slow, deliberate, testing the reinforced wood. Someone wanted in. Sarah swallowed hard. "It's them, isn't it?" Her father didn't answer. He only tightened his grip on the baseball bat he had hidden behind the couch. Chapter 7, The First Blood. The first intruder came at exactly 7:01 p.m. A man masked with a crude, smiling face wielded a crowbar. He kicked the barricade and it splintered under his force. Sarah's father swung the bat with all his strength, striking the man in the chest. The figure staggered, letting out a muffled scream behind the mask. Blood spattered the living room walls. Sarah screamed and ran for the phone, but it was already dead. The purge had cut communications. The man recovered, lunging again, faster this time. Sarah's father barely held him off. Every swing, every dodge felt like it might be the last. The intruder finally fled when the sound of sirens echoed, neighbors being hunted, screaming in the streets. But it didn't matter. Sarah knew more would come. And they weren't stopping. Chapter 8, the NEIGHBORS turn. By 8:00 p.m., Sarah could hear screams from the street. Not distant, but near. Something was happening next door. She peeked through the cracked blinds. Her neighbors, the Thompsons, once normal, cheerful people, were dragging a man down the sidewalk. One of their kids clutched a bloodied kitchen knife. Sarah gagged at the sight. Her father pressed her back against the wall. "Don't look," he whispered. This is what the law allows." The purge had changed everyone, even people she thought she knew. Sarah shivered. Somewhere in her chest, fear and disbelief churned. The Thompsons had been friendly, had smiled and waved, and now killers. Somehow, everyone had been waiting for this night. Chapter 9, The Masked Hunter. By 9:30 p.m., Sarah realized the real danger wasn't random violence. It was calculated. A masked figure moved silently down the street, not panicked, not chaotic, but deliberate, hunting. He paused at each house, listening, watching, smiling under the crude mask. Sarah's father spotted him first. He's not just here to steal, he's hunting. The figure's gaze seemed to sweep across their home, lingering for just a second too long. Sarah's heart raced. She felt the eyes behind the mask like ice against her skin. The masked man advanced, slowly, purposefully, every step a promise of death. And Sarah knew, deep down, that tonight, he would not leave empty-handed. Chapter 10, The First Invasion. At 10:00 p.m., the masked hunter struck. He kicked through the side barricade. Her father swung the bat, but the man moved too quickly. There was a sickening crack as wood splintered against bone, or maybe against steel inside the mask. Sarah screamed as the figure lunged. Her father went down, blood spraying across the floor. The hunter raised the crowbar high. Sarah tried to escape, but he blocked her path. Then something unexpected. A neighbor, one of the Purge's lesser killers, burst in behind him, attacking indiscriminately. Screams, chaos, blood everywhere. Sarah ran toward the back door, heart pounding, ears ringing. Her father struggled to stand, pale and bloodied, and shouted, "Go, run." She bolted into the night. The purge had begun in full, and in Redham Falls, the night was already alive with murder. Chapter 11, Running Through Night. Sarah ran blindly through the streets, her hoodie soaked with sweat, shoes slipping on puddles of rain and blood. Sirens and screams echoed from every direction. Fires burned in abandoned cars. A shadowed figure dashed between them, dragging a body like it was nothing. Every house she passed had its own horror. Some were already destroyed, doors ripped from hinges, windows shattered. People ran or hunted. There was no order, just a river of chaos that threatened to swallow her whole. A sudden scream behind her froze her in place. A masked man had cornered a neighbor, dragging them into the darkness. He didn't even glance at Sarah. She realized then, survival wasn't about hiding, it was about moving, faster, smarter. Chapter 12, The Wounded Father. Sarah didn't stop until she reached a small alley behind her house. Her chest heaved. She pressed herself against a brick wall, trying to catch her breath. Her father limped toward her, blood trickling down his side, eyes wide with panic and determination. "We need to leave, now," he gasped. "There's a safe place, an old warehouse by the river. We can hide there until it's over." He tried to stand, but pain overtook him and he fell. Sarah knelt beside him. "Dad, we can't." "Go," he hissed. "If we both stay, we die. Alone, you might survive." Her hands shook. She looked back at the street, fires, screams, and masked hunters prowling like predators. Tears blurred her vision, but she knew he was right. She pulled him to his feet, leaning on him for support. Together, they disappeared into the night. Chapter 13. The Street of Blood. The main road toward the warehouse was a nightmare. Bodies littered the streets. Cars were overturned. Flames licked the tires and metal frames. Sarah's father used a crowbar he had grabbed from a smashed hardware store to push obstacles out of their path. A scream drew their attention to a corner. A man wielded a butcher knife, cutting down anyone in sight. Sarah yanked her father into a dark doorway. They crouched behind a dumpster as the killer passed, humming a tune. Sarah pressed herself into her father's side, shaking. He knows we're here," she whispered. Her father shook his head. "Don't think about him, just keep moving." Every shadow could be death. Every sound could be their last. The purge had turned the town into a labyrinth of terror. Chapter 14. The Warehouse. The warehouse was abandoned, dark and smelling of oil and rust. The wide doors creaked as Sarah and her father slipped inside. Inside it was silent. For a moment they dared to hope. Then came the scratching, faint, coming from above. Masks appeared in the shadows. Hunters had followed them, tracking movement like bloodhounds. Sarah grabbed a pipe from the floor. Her father brandished a metal rod. They prepared to fight. The first masked figure dropped from the rafters, landing silently in front of them. Another, and another. Sarah realized with horror this wasn't a chase anymore. It was an ambush. Chapter 15. The Trap Closes. The warehouse filled with masked killers, surrounding Sarah and her father. The men moved with terrifying precision, circling like wolves, whispering threats in distorted voices through their masks. Sarah's father swung the rod at the nearest one, striking hard. The man staggered, but the others pressed in, relentless. Sarah ducked under a swinging pipe, hitting one hunter in the knee. He fell with a grunt. But more kept coming. The ceiling lights flickered on. The warehouse was lit fully now, revealing dozens of killers, some carrying knives, others hammers, even firearms. The father and daughter were trapped. Sarah's heart pounded. "Dad, what do we do?" Her father swallowed, looking into her eyes. "We survive, or we die trying. Don't let them take us quietly." The first gunshot cracked. The purge had reached them. Chapter 16. The First Strike. The gunshot echoed through the warehouse, followed by a chorus of screams. Sparks flew from a metal pipe Sarah's father had used to fend off one of the attackers. A masked figure lunged at Sarah, knife glinting in the dim light. She barely rolled out of the way, slamming into a stack of crates. Wood splintered under her weight. Her father fought back with brutal precision, swinging the rod and smashing a man's mask against the concrete. Blood sprayed, sticky and metallic, painting the floor red. The attackers were relentless. Each masked figure seemed faster, smarter, more brutal than the last. "Sarah, stay close," her father shouted. Her pulse thundered as she realized the warehouse had become a trap, walls closing in with every scream, every crack of metal against flesh. Chapter 17. HALLWAYS of Horror. They fled the warehouse through a side door, stumbling into narrow alleyways. The city had transformed completely. Fires raged in abandoned cars, the smell of burning flesh mingling with gasoline and smoke. Every shadow moved. Every window contained a potential killer. "Don't stop," her father urged. A scream erupted from a nearby building. A family trapped by purge hunters. Sarah couldn't see them clearly, but she could hear the brutality in the sound. They rounded a corner. A masked figure leapt from the shadows, landing in front of them. This one carried a chainsaw. Her father grabbed Sarah and yanked her to the side. Sparks flew as metal collided. The figure cursed behind the mask, advancing relentlessly. Sarah's blood ran cold. They were running, but there was no end. Chapter 18. The Neighborhood Ambush. They reached a residential street. Once safe homes now looked like death traps. Doors were kicked open, windows smashed. Inside, masked killers hunted anyone who had dared to barricade themselves. From a rooftop, a gun fired. The bullet whizzed past her father's ear. "Down," he shouted. They dove behind a dumpster. Sarah peeked. Two men with axes were chopping through a front door across the street, laughing as the occupants screamed. A group of hunters blocked their path forward. Sarah's father swung his rod, breaking one's arm. Another stabbed him in the side. Pain exploded, but he gritted his teeth and fought on. They had no choice but to keep moving, each step a gamble between life and death. Chapter 19. The parking lot of the dam. They stumbled into an empty parking lot. A single streetlight flickered above. The silence felt worse than the chaos. Suddenly, figures emerged from every shadow. The purge hunters had them surrounded. One stepped forward, a mask of a grotesque clown grinning too wide. "You've lasted long enough," he hissed. Sarah clutched her father's arm. We can't fight them all." He shook his head. "We don't have to. We survive smart, not strong." He grabbed a fire extinguisher from a car and aimed it at the first approaching figure, releasing a cloud of foam. It disoriented one attacker long enough for them to slip through a narrow gap between cars. But more emerged, relentless. Sarah felt the first real pang of hopelessness. The purge wasn't just legal, it was designed to hunt, crush, and terrorize. Chapter 20. The Warehouse of Escape. They finally spotted an old, abandoned warehouse across the street. Its doors were partially open. "Go," her father shouted, dragging Sarah toward it. Inside, they found darkness. Dust and debris covered the floor. Broken machinery and overturned crates created makeshift barricades. They barricaded the doors as best they could. From outside, distant gunshots echoed like death's heartbeat. Sarah collapsed against a crate. "Dad, we made it." He shook his head, blood dripping from his wound. "Not yet, not yet. We survived the street, but the night is just beginning." Outside, the purge raged on. Fires illuminated the city, and somewhere, masked hunters laughed at the chaos they were allowed to create. Sarah closed her eyes. The first few hours were over, but the night was far from finished. Chapter 21. Nightmare STRETS. The city streets had become a blood-soaked maze. Fires reflected off broken glass, and puddles of rainwater mixed with blood. Every turn seemed to hide a new threat. Sarah and her father crept through an alley, keeping low. Somewhere ahead, a group of hunters dragged a screaming man behind a car. Their masks were grotesque, each one unique, some clownish, some monstrous, some barely human. Sarah's father whispered, "Move fast, don't let them see us." A gunshot cracked behind them. They ducked as a bullet embedded itself in the brick wall. From above, a shadow dropped silently. Another hunter landing just feet away. They froze. The hunter's knife gleamed. Sarah held her breath. Her father swung his rod, striking the hunter in the shoulder. It fell back, hissing. The night had become a living predator, and the hunters were its teeth. Chapter 22. The Supermarket Scene. They found temporary refuge in an abandoned supermarket. Shelves were overturned, aisles filled with debris. Sarah's father barricaded the doors as best he could, while she checked for weapons. She found a box cutter, a crowbar, and some cans of food. From the back of the store came footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, they weren't alone. Then the glass doors shattered. A group of masked killers stormed in, swinging bats and knives. Sarah and her father fought desperately. The first hunter went down with a crowbar to the head, but the others kept coming. Blood sprayed across the tiles. One hunter lunged at Sarah. She sidestepped, slashing with the box cutter. He screamed, more in surprise than pain. Her father shouted, "Keep moving, don't stop." They fought their way to the loading dock. Outside, the streets were ablaze, a living hell made real. Chapter 23. The Highway Trap. They reached a highway, hopping to escape the city, but the purge hunters had anticipated this. Roadblocks and burning cars blocked the exits. A group of hunters appeared from behind overturned trucks, guns raised. Sarah's father pulled her down behind a guardrail. Bullets ripped through the metal. Sparks flew from ricochets. They had no vehicle, no safe path, only darkness and the approaching hunters. Over there, Sarah pointed to a drainage tunnel. They sprinted, diving into the tunnel as gunfire sprayed behind them. The sound of their pursuers echoed in the concrete like a heartbeat of doom. For the first time, Sarah felt the full weight of hopelessness. There was no escaping the purge. Chapter 24, The Drainage Horror. Inside the tunnel, it was dark and claustrophobic. Water dripped from the ceiling. Shadows danced along the walls as they ran. Then a scream, close, too close. From the darkness, masked figures emerged, wielding machetes and pipes. The echo made them seem inhuman, multiplied everywhere at once. Sarah's father swung a pipe, knocking one hunter back. Sarah stabbed another in the leg with the box cutter. They ran deeper, but the tunnel branched endlessly, each path leading to new threats. At a corner they found it, a pile of bodies. Some were dead, others moaning, broken but still alive. The purge had claimed them all, turning humanity into a landscape of horror. Chapter 25, The Warehouse Sanctuary. They emerged from the tunnels into an abandoned warehouse near the river. Inside, they found old crates and broken machinery they could use as barricades. Fires from outside cast flickering shadows on the walls. Sarah collapsed, exhausted. Her father pressed a hand to her shoulder. "We survived for now, but they'll come. They always come." A distant siren wailed. Somewhere, hunters were preparing, planning, circling their prey. Sarah looked at the shattered windows, imagining the masked faces waiting in the darkness. Her father whispered, "The night isn't over, and the real terror hasn't even started yet." The purge raged on. Outside, the city was alive with murder, and inside, Sarah and her father realized survival was just the beginning. Chapter 26, The Nightmare Returns. The night had deepened. Fires burned across the city, painting the sky red and black. Sarah and her father crouched behind crates in the warehouse. Every creak of metal, every whisper of movement outside made them flinch. Then they heard it, footsteps, heavy, deliberate, approaching from the broken doors. "They found us," her father whispered. Sarah gripped her box cutter tighter. "We can fight, we have to." A shadow moved across the doorway. One masked hunter, then another, and another. Soon, the warehouse was surrounded. The hunters circled, knives and bats raised, grinning behind grotesque masks. The purge wasn't just outside, they had brought it in. Chapter 27, The First Invasion. The hunters struck. Wood splintered as they broke through the barricade. Sarah's father swung his pipe, striking one attacker down. Another swung a bat at him. The force sent him flying across the floor. Sarah slashed at a hunter coming for her. Blood sprayed. The air filled with screams, the clang of metal, the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. She fought desperately, but the numbers were too great. Each hunter moved with terrifying precision, anticipating her every action. Her father was injured, bleeding heavily. She dragged him behind crates, trying to hold back tears. The purge had come inside. The fight for survival had turned personal. Chapter 28, The Deadly Escape. Amid the chaos, Sarah noticed a fire escape at the back of the warehouse. "Dad, this way," she shouted. He shook his head weakly. "Go survive." Tears blurred her vision. She couldn't leave him, but the hunters pressed in, overwhelming them. With a surge of adrenaline, Sarah pulled herself toward the fire escape, fighting off attackers as best she could. One masked figure lunged, and she stabbed him with the box cutter. He collapsed with a muffled scream. She scrambled up the rusted ladder, blood streaking her clothes, lungs burning. From below, she heard her father screaming, not in pain, but in defiance, fighting to the very last breath. Chapter 29, The Rooftop Showdown. Sarah reached the rooftop, gasping, trembling. The city sprawled before her, fires lighting the night. But the hunters weren't done. One stood at the edge of the roof, mask gleaming, knife ready. She grabbed a loose pipe and swung, catching the hunter in the jaw. He stumbled back, but Sarah knew more were coming. The wind carried screams from below. People dying, laughing, screaming, all melded into a horrifying symphony of chaos. She ran along the rooftop, looking for an escape. A neighboring building's roof seemed close. She leaped. Pain shot through her side, but she landed. Another hunter chased her, and she fought him off with desperate fury. The purge had followed her to the rooftops. There was no safe place, only survival. Chapter 30, Dawn of Silence. The first light of dawn broke through the smoke and ash. Fires smoldered, buildings burned, and the streets were littered with bodies, dead and dying alike. Sarah collapsed in an alley, trembling. Her clothes were torn, bloodied, her body aching. The rooftop escape had saved her, but the city was a graveyard. Her father's face haunted her, a memory of bravery and love lost to the night. The city was silent now, save for the occasional groan or distant siren. The purge was over. Sarah looked at the sky, red and bruised from the fire and blood. She had survived, but at what cost? Every street, every building, every shadow carried the memory of that night. And she knew the law had changed everything. The purge had ended, but the terror would last forever. The end. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments from where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The Midnight Artist. A serial killer horror story. Chapter 1, The Gallery of Screams. The night smelled like copper and wet pavement. Detective Mara Holt stood beneath a flickering streetlight, the city breathing cold air into her lungs. Sirens wailed behind her as officers cordoned off the alleyway, but nothing could drown out the dread curling in her gut. She had seen plenty of dead bodies. That was part of the job, but this was different. The victim, a woman in her 20s, sat propped against the brick wall as though posed for a photograph. Her eyes, once bright, were frozen in terror. A grotesque smile had been carved across her cheeks, stitched crudely with black thread. But what truly twisted Mara's stomach was the frame. The killer had drawn a perfect rectangular border around the body in red paint, or was it paint? A small card was pinned to the victim's shirt. Art should make you feel something. The artist. It was the third in a string of brutal murders. The press called him the Midnight Artist. The city called him a monster. But the artist, he thought himself a visionary, shaping beauty out of agony. A rookie officer approached, trembling as he held out a clear evidence bag. Inside was a single earring shaped like a brush stroke, the artist's signature trophy. Mara clenched her fists. I'll feel something when I put a bullet in his skull. Far above the alley, in a window no one noticed, A shadowy figure watched the scene unfold. He tilted his head, admiring his latest masterpiece, and smiled. Chapter 2: The Man Behind the Mask. By daylight, the city tried to forget the horrors lurking after midnight. Elias Crane blended into the morning rush perfectly. Clean-shaven, well-dressed, handsome enough to disarm suspicion. He strolled through a local art museum, his steps slow and thoughtful as he studied the portraits lining the walls. To those who didn't know better, he appeared to be a quiet man, someone gentle, someone who appreciated beauty. And he did, just not in the same way as others. Elias paused before a painting of a woman bathed in moonlight. Her melancholy eyes, the curve of her lips, it wasn't enough. Women only looked like that in death. Only in their final moments did he see their true essence. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. Do you like your work being mocked, Elias? New York Daily calls you sloppy. His blood went cold. Who knew? Who dared contact him? Unknown number. I know you better than you think. Tonight proved them wrong. Elias slipped his phone back into his pocket. A rush of excitement tingled through his veins. Someone wanted his art. Someone understood him. His heart thumped faster with anticipation. Tonight, the city would witness his greatest exhibition yet. Chapter 3: Patterns in Red. Detective Holt hadn't slept properly in days. Crime scenes blurred into each other, bodies meticulously positioned, facial expressions twisted by unnatural means, and always a taunting message left behind. Back at the precinct, she pinned crime scene photos to the evidence board. 3 victims so far. 1 Cynthia Hale, 27, found seated on a swing set, laughter carved permanently into her mouth. 2 Robert Kinney, 31, strapped to a bench like a viewer at a theater. 3 Emily Rhodes, alleyway model framed. Each had disappeared after visiting a new pop-up art event around the city. All were last seen by crowds, enjoying themselves alive. There has to be a pattern, Mara muttered. Her partner, Detective Jonas Reed, leaned over her shoulder. What if the pattern is the display? She eyed the photos. The careful positioning. The model-like staging. The theatrical presentation. This killer wasn't just murdering them, he was exhibiting them. Mara glared at the taunting cards in the photos, the artist's trademark. He wants an audience, she murmured. Then we need to find the next show. Chapter 4: The Chase begins. Night returned, bringing with it the uncomfortable hush that followed the midnight artist's name. Mara and Jonas patrolled downtown, scanning crowds spilling from galleries and shows. The air buzzed with music chatter, the clinking of drinks, oblivious joy. Mara's nerves were razor tight. A scream cut through the night. The detective sprinted toward a side street behind the theater district. A hooded figure stood over a terrified woman pinned to the wall, a glinting tool raised high. Mara drew her gun. Police, drop it. The figure turned porcelain white mask, painted with a red smile. The artist. He darted deeper into the alley. Jonas chased him while Mara checked the trembling woman alive, just stunned. Mara ran after them. She rounded a corner too late. Jonas lay flat on the ground, dazed. The artist was gone, swallowed by the maze of alleys. He was fast, Jonas groaned. Mara slammed a fist against the wall. He was mocking them, playing a game. And he was winning. Chapter 5: A Message in Blood. They found it at dawn, the next victim. A man was strung up within the skeletal frame of a construction site, suspended like a marionette, stab wounds arranged like splatters on a painter's canvas. His eyes had been replaced with glass marbles, soulless, glossy, watching. A fresh card hung from the victim's suit. Detective Holt. You chased me. I chased back. Let's make this thrilling. The artist. He knew her name now. He had singled her out. Mara's pulse hammered. The killer wasn't just making art anymore, he was making it personal. A reporter's camera flashed nearby. The city would soon feast on the spectacle. Exactly what the artist wanted. Mara whispered to herself, "I'm done playing your game." But a shiver crawled up her spine, because deep down she feared something she would never admit. This was only the beginning of his masterpiece. Chapter 6, A Killer's Canvas. Elias Crane sat alone in his studio, a secret room hidden beneath an abandoned textile factory. Concrete walls enclosed his sanctum, spotlighting his works in progress. Half-finished portraits, draped in sheets, lined the walls like ghosts waiting for completion. He dipped a brush into a jar of crimson liquid and dragged it slowly across the canvas in front of him. He hummed quietly, a song his mother once sang while painting his face as a child. She'd always said he had the eyes of an artist. She didn't live long enough to see his talent bloom. He paused, admiring the stroke. Art critics loved to claim the soul of a piece came from the brush. They never realized the soul came from the subject. Elias stood before a large mirror and removed his mask, his handsome face marred only by the hunger in his eyes. Soon, he thought, Tucked of Hope will understand my vision. She will be there for my final exhibition. Chapter 7, Silence in the House. Detective Holt's apartment was no sanctuary. Newspaper clippings about the midnight artist covered her kitchen table. Her coffee went cold hours ago, untouched. She stared at the case files until the words blurred. Exhaustion tugged at her, but fear kept her awake. Fear for the city. Fear for those he'd take next. Fear that he was watching. A faint knock rattled her front door. Mara froze, midnight. Gun drawn, she crept to the peephole. Nothing but darkness. Then her phone vibrated on the counter. A text message from an unknown number. "I've seen your home, cozy, but cluttered with obsession." Mara's heart seized. She whipped the door open. The hallway was empty. A package lay on the floor. Inside was a single Polaroid. Ha asleep, taken through her bedroom window. Her hands began to shake. Ha had been inside her life, her world. And she hadn't noticed. Chapter 8, The Museum Trap. The next night, the city hosted a grand art gala at the Metropolitan Hall, a magnet for attention, for crowds, for a predator seeking recognition. Mara and Jonas watched from above, scanning every masked figure, every suspicious movement. Security was heavy, but fear gnawed at them both. Then Jonas spotted something near the sculpture exhibit. A woman tied to a chair, painted white like marble, struggling silently. A real-life statue. Mara rushed toward her, heart pounding, but alarms shrieked suddenly. Guests panicked, stamping for exits. The lights flickered violently before plunging the hall into darkness. Mara drew her flashlight, slicing through the chaotic dark. A masked figure stood atop the central staircase, the artist. He bowed theatrically, then hurled something at her feet. A small speaker, playing a distorted voice. "Detective Holt, you're the only one who truly sees me." When the lights returned, he was gone. And so were 3 more guests. Chapter 9, A Growing Gallery. 3 victims turned into 5, then 7. The city was suffocating in terror. Each new display was more intricate than the last. One posed beneath a bridge like an angel fallen from grace. Another suspended inside a glass bus stop, breath forever fogged. A pair positioned like ballroom dancers mid-spin. The media fed on every detail, amplifying the artist's fame, exactly what he wanted. Mara studied the pristine precision of the killings. She noticed something others didn't. The scenes formed a pattern on the city map, a spiral, closing in toward the center. "He's guiding us," she murmured. Jonas rubbed his temples. Toward what? Mara swallowed. The end of his masterpiece. Chapter 10, The Collector. A breakthrough came from an unlikely source, a homeless man found near the latest crime scene. He swore he'd seen the killer. He carries a bag of tools like a doctor, no, like a sculptor, the man whispered. He also gave them a name. Crun. They dug deeper. Elias Crane, once a rising star in the art community, known for his disturbing style, known for his fixation on real emotion. He vanished from the art scene years ago after his mother's unsolved murder, his first canvas perhaps. Now everything aligned. This former prodigy, this obsession with life and death, this connection to galleries and events. Jonaza's voice cracked. We finally have him. But Mara wasn't convinced. Elias wanted to be found. This wasn't a capture. It was an invitation. Chapter 11, Masterpiece in Progress. Elias worked feverishly. His underground studio echoed with the metallic scrape of tools, the sharp scent of chemicals mixing with the iron smell of blood. A woman lay bound to an easel-like construct, sedatives keeping her quiet but conscious. Her wide eyes reflected Elias' silhouette as he adjusted a spotlight. You should be honored, he whispered tenderly. You'll be essential to my grand finale. He traced his thumb down her cheek, admiring the fear trembling beneath her skin. Fear brought truth. Fear brought beauty. Don't worry, he soothed. I'll help you smile for the world. Her muffled scream only made him grin. Son, she would speak without sound. Her expression would tell the entire story. That was art. Chapter 12, The Letter. Mara sifted through paperwork when a new envelope was dropped on her desk. No postage stamp, no marking, hand delivered. Inside, a single gallery brochure, advertising a coming show titled The Final Exhibit, One Night Only. Lakutpan restricted. And on the back, Elias' precise handwriting. Mara Holt front row. Jonas looked over her shoulder, face pale. He's planning something huge. Something public, Mara agreed. And he wants me there. She clenched the brochure so tightly the edges cut her skin. A small sting, insignificant compared to the fury building inside her. She wasn't just hunting him now. She was challenging him. Chapter 13, Shadows in the Mind. That night, Mara's dreams twisted into nightmares. She stood in an endless gallery, walls covered with victims posed in agonizing beauty. As she moved deeper, she found a blank frame, empty except for the engraved plaque. Detective Mara Holt. Mustapus in waiting. Elias appeared beside her, whispering. Every artist must reveal their muse. She awoke drenched in sweat, a scream trapped in her chest. Her phone buzzed again. A new message. Your fear paints you perfectly. There was no escape. Not even in sleep. Chapter 14, Closing in. Using the map's spiral pattern, Jonas pinpointed the trend, the next likely location. An abandoned art center near the city's heart, condemned decades ago. Perfect for a finale. Police swarmed the site at dawn. The building was a labyrinth of peeling paint, cracked floors, and old murals. Dust danced lazily in the sunlight that sneaked through shattered windows. Then they found it, a single fresh red arrow painted on the floor. Mara followed it, weapon ready. She entered a central hall and gasped. The walls were plastered with hundreds of photographs, all of her. Shapung, Wakung, Slapung, a timeline of obsession. At the center of the room, a mannequin dressed in a replica of Mara's police uniform, posed with a monstrous stitched smile. Her stomach churned. Ha wasn't just watching. Ha was studying. Plenung. Jonas whispered, this guy is beyond insane. Mara's eyes burned with rage. This ends soon. Chapter 15, The One That Got Away. They found a hidden trapdoor at the gallery's edge. Descending into the darkness, Mara felt her breath short. Something awful waited below. A sprawling underground chamber. Chairs lined like audience seating. Spotlights pointed toward a stage. An operating table stood under the lights, stained. Chains hung from the ceiling like vines of torture. But the room was empty. No killer. No victims. Just a single canvas at the center, covered by a sheet. Mara hesitated, then ripped it away. Her own portrait stared back, hyperrealistic, perfect, except her mouth was sewn shut with thick black thread. A message was etched into the paint. You're late, but the show is only days away. Mara stumbled back, adrenaline surging. Shah had missed him. A gun. But something in the corner caught her eye, a half-finished sculpture. A woman, still alive, weak, trembling, but breathing. With that discovery, they finally had a survivor. A chance. Hoping. And Elias Crane knew exactly what that meant. Chapter 16, A Survivor's Silence. The rescued woman, Lena Murras, could barely keep her eyes open. Her throat was damaged from a gag being forced too tight for too long. Doctors warned Mara not to expect much. But Mara stayed at Lena's bedside, determined. Lena's trembling hand gripped Mara's sleeve. She forced out a hoarse whisper. He wanted you for the finale. Mara's blood ran cold. Lena continued, voice cracking. He said you're his masterpiece. Nurses rushed in as Lena began to convulse. Mara stepped back, heart punching against her ribs. A survivor should have brought relief. Instead, it felt like a countdown. Chapter 17, The Artist's Origins. Meanwhile, Elias stood before a mirror in his studio, holding a faded photograph. His mother, arms splattered with paint, smiling warmly. She had once locked him in a room with canvases and told him to paint emotions. Pain, she claimed, made the truest art. He was only 8 when he realized the most vivid expressions came from living beings. His first subject was a neighborhood cat. His first human piece, his mother, when her drunken rage went too far. He stabbed, she screamed, and he saw beauty bloom in her eyes. The police ruled it an accident. Trauma therapy followed. He wore a mask long before he crafted one. Elias pressed the photo to his lips. Don't worry, mother. I will finish what you started. Chapter 18, A Deal with Darkness. Desperate, Mara visited someone she never thought she'd see again, Dr. Adrian Vuss, a disgraced profiler who once got too deep into a serial killer's psyche and cost innocent lives. His office smelled of mildew and isolation. Vuss smiled thinly, recognizing her. You finally need the monster whisperer, he said. Mara shoved the case file toward him. Help me stop him. He flipped through the photos slowly, savoring the horror. This artist, he muttered, is telling a story. Every victim is a chapter building tension, and the climax is you. Mara glared. I don't have time for riddles. Vuss leaned in, whispering. He won't run, he won't hide. I'll bring the show to you. Because art is meaningless without its muse. Chapter 19, Countdown to Hell. The city's panic escalated as Elias left a new calling card, a flyer distributed throughout downtown. One night only. This final exhibit does open when the clock strikes 12. No address listed. But the city clock tower, the highest, most dramatic structure, suddenly became the obvious stage. Mara gathered tactical teams, snipers, negotiators. They stationed themselves around the tower as midnight approached. A siren wailed as floodlights cut through fog. The city held its breath. Then the clock's bell rang. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th chime, the tower lit up with a projected image. Mara's face stitched a smile in hollow eyes. The artist was already inside. Chapter 20, The Climb. The tower was a winding nightmare of metal stairs and dripping pipes. Officers spread out, searching floor by floor. Mara ascended, pulse thundering with every step. Jonas stayed close behind, worried but focused. They reached a platform halfway up and found 3 new victims displayed like a tragic triptych against the walls. Their throats were slit, blood forming an arrow pointing up. Jonas gagged. He's leading us right to him. Mara whispered a truth she hated. He wants an audience, and we're the only ones he cares about. A voice echoed from above, sweet, theatrical, amused. Hurry up, detective. The show can't start without its star. Mara raised her gun. This real hunt had begun. Chapter 21, Marionette Strings. At the top of the tower, they found a chamber transformed into a horrifying stage. Bodies hung from rigged wires like puppets, swaying gently in the wind blowing through shattered windows. Music played from old speakers, a lullaby warped into something nightmarish. Mara stepped forward, jaw clenched. Jonas whispered, "This is sick." Suddenly, a live body dropped from above, suspended inches from the ground, gasping through a gag. A spotlight clicked on, illuminating the man, a cameraman who had been reporting the murders for weeks. Pinned to his chest, "Every show needs a witness." The artist. The message wasn't for the public anymore. It was for Mara. Jonas cut the victim down, but Mara barely moved. Her eyes were tracking shadows. She could feel him here. Watching. Smalling. Chapter 22, The Interruption. Mara spotted a figure darting across the rafters. "Elias, stop," she shouted, firing a warning shot. The bullet missed by inches as the artist sprinted toward a maintenance ladder leading even higher, outside onto the tower's roof. Mara chased without hesitation. But Jonas grabbed her arm. "Wait, this is what he wants." Mara yanked free. "I don't care." They burst onto the roof, wind roaring, rain beginning to fall. The artist stood on the edge, mask gleaming under the moonlight, arm outstretched as though welcoming applause. "Detective Holt," he called. "You made it. Look at the view. The city looks alive, doesn't it?" Mara raised her gun. "Step away from the ledge and get on the ground." Elias laughed softly. "This city will remember us." With a flick of his wrist, darkness. Chapter 23, Trapped in the Spotlight. Lights exploded around them as the clock tower's floodlights reactivated, blindingly bright. Suddenly, the entire rooftop became a stage, and projected screens on skyscrapers nearby displayed the scene live. The whole city watched. Elias held a remote detonator, thumb hovering. "You think I want to escape?" he said. "No, detective, I crave the finale." He lifted his mask just enough for Mara to see his eyes, feverish, devoted, ecstatic. "All of this was for you." Jonas stepped forward, gun aimed. "Put it down." Elias tilted his head. "It's not ready yet." He pressed a button, not the detonator, and a scream erupted behind them. A figure was hauled into view by a pulley, a woman bound, bloody, hanging precariously over the tower's sharp architecture below. Mara recognized her. Lena, the survivor. Except now, she might not survive much longer. Chapter 24, The Fall. Mara lunged forward, grabbing the rope holding Lena. The weight nearly pulled her straight off the rooftop. Jonas helped steady her, both straining to keep the woman from falling. Elias stood inches away, admiring the struggle. "Look how beautiful fear is," he whispered. Mara snarled, "You sick freak." Elias charged. He tackled Jonas first, knocking his gun away. They wrestled dangerously close to the roof's edge. Jonas landed a punch, cracking the artist's mask, but Elias twisted like a serpent. A knife flashed. Jonas collapsed, blood spreading across his shirt. "Jonas," Mara screamed. Her grip slipped, Lena plummeted. Her scream cut off abruptly as she struck the roof below. The city watched a horror show they would never forget. Elias looked at Mara, breathless, mask shattered, revealing the monster's true face. You see, pure emotion. Mara fired. The bullet tore into his side. He stumbled back but didn't fall. Not yet. Chapter 25, The Last Door. Backup finally stormed the roof. Elias seized the moment, pressing the detonator. A series of explosions boomed far below as structural supports blew apart. The tower shuddered violently. Elias staggered toward a rusted maintenance hatch, bleeding, limping, yet laughing breathlessly. Art lives forever, he shouted. Then he dropped into the darkness below, vanishing into the tower's guts. Mara wanted to chase him, needed to, but she pressed her hands against Jonas's wound, screaming for medics as debris rained around them. Jonas coughed, voice weak. Go get him. Sirens wailed. Officers dragged Jonas to safety as firefighters rushed in. Mara looked toward the hatch Elias had escaped through. The killer wasn't dead. The story wasn't finished. She gripped her weapon tighter. She would go through that last door, even if it led straight into hell. Chapter 26, Beneath the Stave. Mara descended the hatch ladder into a choking darkness. The sound of the crumbling structure above echoed like thunder. Time was slipping away. She clicked on her flashlight. Below the tower was a hidden chamber, a forgotten sub-basement once used for theatrical props. Now, it was the artist's exile of horrors. Plastic sheets covered tables, red stains pooling beneath them. Sculptures made from bones and flesh hung like cursed ornaments. At the far end, a spotlight glowed over a single chair. A fresh canvas. Elias Crane sat beside it, breathing hard, hand pressed to his bleeding side. His mask was gone, revealing the full madness twisted into his smile. Welcome to the heart of the exhibit, he said. Mara raised her gun. No monologues, no art, it ends now. Elias chuckled. Everything ends, but beauty lasts forever. Chapter 27, A Monster's Canvas. He motioned toward the chair. This was meant for you, he said calmly. Front row, centerpiece, the muse in flesh. Mara stepped closer, eyes locked on him. No one will ever see your art again. His laughter echoed through the chamber. Oh, detective, they already have. Cameras hidden everywhere. The world has witnessed every stroke I've made. Mara's heart raced. She fired. The bullet grazed his arm. Elias screamed, knife clattering to the floor. He lunged at her with wild desperation. They crashed into a table, sending grisly tools scattering. Mara pinned him down, rage burning hotter than fear. You don't get to write the ending, she spat. He grinned up at her, unbroken. I already have. Chapter 28, Collapse. A deafening crack split the air. The building shuddered violently. The detonations had finally reached the tower's foundations. Dust and chunks of plaster rained down. Elias laughed through the chaos, attempting to crawl toward another exit tunnel. Mara tackled him again, but the floor beneath them splintered. They plunged into darkness. Mara hit hard, pain jolting through her body. Elias lay a few feet away, stunned but alive. Above them, the underground chamber caved in. Mara dragged herself up, hand finding her gun again. The killer remained on his knees, struggling to breathe. Do it, Elias taunted, blood trickling from his lips. Show me your art. Mara steadied her weapon, emotions twisting violently inside her. He didn't deserve another breath. But killing him would make her part of his story, his final brushstroke. No, she whispered. Chapter 29, The End of the Exhibit. Elias lunged, but Mara was faster. She struck him across the skull with the butt of her gun once, twice, until he collapsed unconscious. Sirens echoed faintly above as emergency crews broke through the rubble. A rescuer's flashlight beam found them like a salvation star. Mara handcuffed Elia's limp wrists. He would stand trial. His art would be locked away forever. As they hauled him upward on a stretcher, Elias regained consciousness briefly, eyes locking with Mara's. He mouthed silently, "You are my masterpiece." She turned away. He would rot alone with his obsession. The last gallery he'd ever see would have iron bars. Chapter 30, the frame closes. Weeks later, the city healed slowly. The clock tower ruins became a memorial site. Jonas survived, though scarred physically and mentally. Mara visited him often, but she never mentioned the nightmares that lingered. The mannequins, the stitched smiles, Elias Crane's voice whispering admiration from the dark corners of her thoughts. One evening, as sunset bled through her apartment window, Mara pinned a new article clipping onto her board. Midnight artist SENT and CED2 life. No parole. Closure, at least on paper. Her phone buzzed, Jonas checking in, lighthearted as he could be. Mara smiled softly, allowing herself a rare moment of peace. She turned off the lights and headed to bed. But as she passed her hallway mirror, a faint smudge caught her eye. Red, like paint, wiped by a fingertip across the glass. Her pulse froze. A whisper drifted from the shadowed corner of the room, a voice she prayed she'd never hear again. Art never dies, detective. The mirror cracked. Darkness swallowed the whisper, and Mara realized with a chilling certainty. The artist's story wasn't finished. The end. Succa's Tunt Carnival of the Damned. Chapter 1, the first balloon. The first sign was a red balloon. It hovered outside the window of a quiet suburban house on Maple Drive, bouncing lightly in the cold October wind. Inside, Emily Carter stared at it while brushing her teeth. She was used to weird pranks, teenagers spray painting mailboxes, kids egging houses around Halloween. But this balloon felt wrong. The shade of red was too dark, like dried blood under a bright sun. Her parents joked that some kid lost it at last night's fair, but Emily couldn't let it go. Every time she peeked through the curtains, the balloon was closer. By evening, it pressed against the glass, squeaking in slow, torturous movements. Her phone buzzed, a text from a blocked number. "Smile, he likes you." She swallowed hard. As she turned away to call for her dad, the window shattered inward. Glass sprayed the floor. The balloon rolled inside and popped with a sound that almost resembled laughter. Her parents ran in, shouting, then froze. Standing in the ruined window frame was a clown. Its face was white paint cracked with age, its eyes blacker than night, and its grin stretched too wide to be human. In one gloved hand, it held a massive, rusty cleaver. The last thing Emily heard was the squeal of a balloon inflating behind her. Chapter 2, the circus arrives. News of Emily's murder spread online in minutes. Photos of the blood-splattered balloon fragments appeared on Tuk-Tuk before the police had even cleared the scene. People thought it was some viral prank gone too far. But then other balloons appeared. Hundreds. Every neighborhood, every street, every doorstep. Everyone assumed a teenage group called Clown Squad was behind it. They'd been notorious online for staged scares and dark pranks. But there was no laughter this time, only silent fear. A strange fog rolled into town that night, thick enough to drown headlights. Families locked their doors, unaware that something walked within the mist, something with bells that jingled softly like mockery. A city-wide Amber Alert hit just after midnight, children disappearing from their beds, the only evidence left behind. Broken windows, ruptured blankets, and that same dark red balloon tied neatly to bedposts. Police sirens echoed into the fog, and for the first time, the clowns laughed loud enough for everyone to hear. Chapter 3, The Broadcast. At 3:00 a.m., televisions across the city flickered to life automatically, even those unplugged. Static filled the screens before morphing into a clown stage. Thousands of viewers watched in frozen terror as a monstrous clown with a tarnished golden crown stepped into the camera's focus. His voice gurgled like a squeezed balloon. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the end of your dull little world." He bowed theatrically. "I am King Giggles, ruler of the great carnival. We have returned to reclaim what is ours, your fear." He snapped his fingers. Screams erupted behind him as a row of children, their mouths gagged by balloon knots, were dragged into the shadows. "Do not run, we love the chase." Huss smiled wider. "Do not hide, we already know where you dream." The broadcast ended, leaving only a blood-red clown smile, lingering on screens like a curse that refused to fade. Chapter 4, Survivors in Hiding. Cars clogged the highways, everyone fleeing, everyone too late. The fog trapped people inside the town like a dome, and anyone who tried crossing the border vanished, replaced by confetti and laughter echoing from nowhere. A small group of survivors gathered inside the old high school. Teachers, parents, a few students. Among them was Uthan Miles, a quiet 17-year-old who had seen too much already. His little brother, Jumma, had been taken. Uthan swore he'd bring him back. The survivors reinforced doors with desks and vending machines. They taped over windows and shut off lights, but they couldn't silence the chuckling drifting in through air vents. A clown walked the perimeter outside, dragging a toy wagon filled with severed hands. With each step, bells jingled cheerfully. The clown stopped near the gym doors. He sniffed the air like a starving animal. Inside, Uthan gripped a metal bat so tight his knuckles cracked. He whispered to himself, "Come near me, and I'll make you scream instead." Chapter 5, The Clown Harvest. King Giggles wasn't just killing, he was collecting. The auditorium became his throne room, transformed into a grotesque circus tent. The stage overflowed with cages of crying children and piles of human remains made into decorations. The clowns, dozens of them, worked like butchers in a nightmare carnival. They sorted victims. Adults were dragged to the back, their screams silenced by roaring chainsaws. Children were kept alive. Fear tasted better fresh. One clown, small and twitching with excitement, carried a list of names written in red ink so thick it still dripped. Uthan's brother's name was near the top. Giggles approached the cages, tapping his cleaver against the bars. "Tonight," he sang, voice melodic and horrific, "we feast on their joy turning to terror." The children shrank away. Giggles inhaled deeply, almost lovingly. Their fear powers the carnival, and the carnival must grow. As distant bells chimed 3 times, the clowns cheered, balloons inflating in a thunderous chorus. The harvest had begun. Chapter 6, Laughter in the Vents. Night dragged on inside the school like a nightmare glued to reality. The emergency lights flickered, the halls reeking of sweat and fear. Everyone tried to sleep, except Uthan. He kept hearing laughter from the air vents, high-pitched giggles that traveled like whispers through metal. Whenever he pressed his ear against the grate, the voice changed. "We know where you're hiding. We can smell your heartbeat. Smile, Uthan." The voice said his name. Uthan ripped the bat from beside him, swinging it at the vent. A balloon rolled out, bouncing like a heartbeat. It popped, and confetti exploded everywhere. Among the falling scraps, a picture of Jumma fluttered onto the floor. His brother's terrified eyes stared into Uthan's soul, a balloon string tied to his wrist. A message was scrawled across the photo. "Come to the carnival." Chapter 7, A Plan in the Dark. The survivors argued. "We stay here and wait for rescue," the principal insisted, sweat pouring down his face. "There is no rescue," Ethan snapped back. "They're taking children, my brother, we have to do something." Most of the room stared at their shoes. Doing nothing was easier, but Ethan wasn't built for easy. Two others stepped forward. Lena, fiery, stubborn, a cheerleader with a broken arm. Mr. Hale, the old janitor, whose shotgun spoke louder than he did. They formed a plan. Leave the school. Cross town. Reach the old fairgrounds, where the carnival was building its nest. Before leaving, Ethan stood at the gym doors, gripping his bat. Courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was marching straight into its jaws. He whispered to Jamie, wherever he was, "I'm coming." Chapter 8, The Fog of Red Balloons. The moment they stepped outside, the fog swallowed them. The world was quiet, except for balloons bumping against street signs and mailboxes. They floated like red ghosts, tethered by thin strings that tightened and pulled as if alive. Every few minutes, a honk echoed distantly, a clown's horn or a warning. Bodies lay scattered along the sidewalks, twisted into smiles carved by knives too sharp to be human-made. Balloons bobbed above each corpse like a funeral decoration from hell. Mr. Hale whispered a prayer. Then the balloons turned toward them. Not floated, turned like heads tracking prey. One balloon drifted forward. Its string lashed out like a whip, wrapping tightly around Hale's ankle. It yanked, dragging him toward a storm drain. He screamed as claws, painted like gloves, reached from the darkness beneath the grate. Ethan and Lena pulled hard, barely freeing him, but a chunk of flesh from his leg stayed behind, dragged into the drain as a clown giggled below. Hale pressed a hand against the bleeding wound, trembling. "We keep moving." Chapter 9, The Clown Parade. They reached the central avenue and froze. A parade marched slowly down the street, a grotesque circus procession. Clowns with painted black tears juggled severed heads. Others rode unicycles over corpses, wheels slipping in blood. Children were forced to march in chains, wearing cracked porcelain clown masks. Some stumbled, some cried, all were terrified. Ethan scanned their faces, but Jamie wasn't there. King Giggles rode atop a float shaped like a giant laughing mouth. He waved cheerfully, his cleaver sparkling under streetlights. Then he sniffed the air. His head snapped toward Ethan's hiding spot behind a dumpster. His grin widened. The brave boy seeks his brother. His voice carried like thunder. Ethan's heart froze. "Let's give him a welcome." Clowns rushed forward, bells screaming. Chapter 10, Escape into the Funhouse. They ran hard. Clowns chased from every alley, horns blaring like alarms. Laughter bounced off every wall. Lena hurled a rock at a pursuing jester. It shattered his mask, revealing a mouth full of fangs. He lunged, teeth gnashing, but Hale's shotgun boomed, blasting the monster backwards into the fog. They slipped through a shattered gate into a place even nightmares feared. Circus Tent, the Funhouse. A giant clown face formed the entrance. Its mouth opened wide as if about to swallow them whole. Lights flickered on behind jagged teeth. Inside, mirrors, hundreds, thousands. The laughter followed them inside, tangled between reflections. Every mirror showed a different version of Ethan, some smiling, some screaming, some bleeding out on the ground. One version stared back with a clown's painted grin. Lena grabbed his arm. "Don't look, don't stop." Hale began placing shotgun shells into his pockets, hands shaking uncontrollably. Then a mirror near them cracked from the inside. A gloved hand pushed through, then another. Dozens of clown reflections clawed their way into reality, and the funhouse doors slammed shut behind them. Chapter 11, Reflections That Kill. Clown hands shattered through the mirrors, shards raining down like razors. Ethan swung his bat, smashing in a painted skull. The clown fell, body dissolving into confetti that reeked of rot. But for everyone they knocked back, two more emerged. Some were enormous brutes with jaws that split open like cracked glass. Others were thin as shadows, sliding across the floor with bone-breaking speed. Lena screamed. A clown reflection had grabbed her hair, yanking her toward the cracked mirror it crawled from. Ethan swung wildly, driving the bat into its neck. Glass splintered. The creature shrieked and dissolved back through the mirror. Hale blasted another with his shotgun, the blast echoing through warped hallways. The mirrors began laughing. Not the clowns, the mirrors themselves. Their warped reflections spoke. "You can't save him. You're just like us. When you break, we'll wear your skin." Ethan covered his ears, but the voices forced their way inside like nails scraping his brain. They had to move. Vast. Chapter 12, Maze of Madness. The funhouse twisted into a labyrinth, floors tilted, walls shrunk then stretched, gravity shifted like a cruel joke. Clown eyes watched through cracks, always smiling. Hale limped, blood leaving a trail behind him. "We need to find a way out," he gasped. Ethan clenched his jaw. He needed Hale alive. He needed everyone he had left because every step brought them closer to the carnival's heart and to Jamie. They stumbled into a hallway of spinning lights. Hypnotic music blared from unseen speakers, a calliope gone insane. Lena's pupils went dull for a moment. She stepped forward, arms limp, like pulled by strings. Ethan grabbed her, shaking her awake, but the music grew louder, more invasive, drilling into minds. Suddenly, a clown puppeteer descended from the ceiling like a spider, holding marionette strings that vanished into the air. His voice squealed, "It's time for your performance." He tugged a string. Hale's arms jerked up like a puppet's. Claws erupted from the clown's fingertips as he reached for Hale's face. Crack! Ethan slammed the bat into the puppeteer's jaw, snapping the string. Hale collapsed, coughing, the invisible control broken. Lena smashed the clown's head into the spinning floor, his makeup painting the ground in red spirals. The music cut, but the clowns weren't stopping. Chapter 13, The Painted Graveyard. They escaped through a door that looked like a clown's painted mouth and stumbled into silence. Rows of gravestones stretched under dim carnival lights, each marked with a child's name. Ethan's heart stopped. He ran through the rows, frantically searching. There, a small gravestone at the end, fresh dirt piled beneath it. Jamie Miles, born 2017, died tonight. Ethan dropped to his knees, rage and terror merging into something primal. "No, no, no, no," he screamed, slamming the dirt with his fists until his hands bled. Lena knelt beside him, voice shaking. "We don't know that he's gone. This could be scare tactics." Hale peered closer, the dirt quivered. Something was moving underneath. A balloon string poked out. Then a tiny, pale hand clawed free and reached toward Ethan. Jamie's voice, faint, broken, whispered, "Help me." Ethan pulled him upward, but Jamie's body jerked violently as if being dragged back from below. A clown's laugh erupted from the soil. The grave exploded. Dirt and bones launched into the air. A buried undead clown-child hybrid burst free, snapping at Ethan's throat with black gums. Hale fired, the blast ripping the creature apart in a burst of gore and candy wrappers. The gravestones began to crack. Hands, dozens, pushed up from below. Children twisted into clowns. Clowns twisted into children. Ethan grabbed Jamie's gravestone, smashing the nearest creature back underground. "Run!" They sprinted as small corpses shrieked behind them. Chapter 14, The Carousel of Skin. They burst into a massive chamber, staring up at a horrific carousel. Human bodies, half flayed, were stitched into horse shapes, eyes still moving, mouth still screaming silently. The carousel spun, music box tones playing a twisted lullaby. A tall clown with a stitched-on face cracked a whip. New riders wanted. He lunged, whip slicing through the air, flaying a strip of flesh from Hale's arm. Hale cried out but fired again, blowing the clown's knee apart. Lena grabbed a carnival pole, snapping it in half to form a spear. She charged, stabbing the clown directly through his heart-painted chest. Ethan stared at the human carousel victims, blinking, suffering, pleading. One mouthed a single word. "Please." Ethan's hands trembled, then he stepped forward. One by one, he smashed the locks with his bat. Some victims collapsed, bodies too ruined to stand. Others dragged themselves away, screaming in pain. But mercy was the only gift Ethan had left to give. The lights flickered, alarms sounding. The funhouse knew they were here. The carousel stopped. Silence. Then a voice. "He's waiting." Jumma. Clusk than ever. Chapter 15. The Clown King's Throne. A hallway stretched ahead like a throat. At its end, double doors decorated with a grinning clown face, teeth sharp enough to be real bones. Ethan shoved the door open and stepped into a nightmare throne room. The ceiling was the shape of a giant circus tent, striped in blood and white. Piles of broken toys and bones formed a grotesque arena center. And on a throne made of spines and balloon animals sat King Giggles. Jumma knelt before him, gagged with a knotted balloon, eyes wide with terror. Clown makeup smeared on his cheeks like bruises. Giggles clapped mockingly. "You made it, brave brother." His voice oozed faux delight. Ethan lifted the bat. Lana raised her spear. Hull cocked his shotgun. Giggles rose to full height, impossibly tall, his shadow swallowing the room. "Let's give the audience a show they'll never forget." The throne room erupted, confetti exploding as an army of clowns poured in from every shadow. Jumma screamed through the gap, and the real battle began. Chapter 16. The Bloodied Arena. Ethan, Lena, and Hale barely had time to react before dozens of clowns flooded the throne room. Some were grotesque, with elongated limbs and teeth like knives. Others moved like shadows, crawling along the walls and ceiling. Ethan swung his bat with every ounce of strength, smashing heads into shards of broken toys and splintered wood. Lena's spear skewered one clown clean through the chest, blood sprayed like paint on the walls. Hale's shotgun roared continuously, but for every clown they destroyed, another seemed to appear from the shadows, as if summoned by the laughter itself. King Giggles watched from his throne, hands steepled, tilting his head in mock amusement. "Very impressive," he purred, "but your strength is irrelevant, fear is eternal." Jumma whimpered, eyes wide beneath the balloon gag. Ethan's heart pounded as he realized his brother wasn't just a victim anymore, he was becoming a part of the carnival. Chapter 17. The Balloon Ritual. King Giggles raised a massive black and red balloon above his head. Inside, a faint glow pulsed. "The essence of the brave," he intoned, "will make our carnival unstoppable." Ethan realized the glowing balloon was Jumma. The child somehow transformed into a living power source. The gagged, terrified boy floated inside, suspended by strings of magic-like energy. Ethan swung his bat wildly, breaking several clowns, but the throne room ceiling warped. Shadows leapt to intercept him. The black and red balloon pulsed stronger with every second, sending out waves of fear that rattled their minds. Lena screamed, "We have to get him out now." Hale muttered, "That thing's not just a balloon, it's a conduit." He fired shotgun shells at the ropes holding it. Sparks flew, but the balloon refused to budge. King Giggles laughed. "Every attempt strengthens it, and you only feed the fear." Chapter 18. Into the Heart of Horror. The trio realized they had no choice. They had to storm the throne directly. Uthan charged first, bat swinging. Clowns lunged from every direction. The floor seemed alive, shifting like a living, breathing maze. Lena stabbed, hail blasted, and the room filled with screaming, hissing, and snapping teeth. They reached the throne. Uthan swung at King Giggles, but the clown vanished into smoke, reappearing behind Hale. Hale fired, but the clown phased through the shot like it was a ghost. Uthan yanked Jumma free from the glowing balloon, pulling him to the ground. The balloon popped violently, releasing a shockwave that sent clowns flying backward, many dissolving into blood-soaked confetti. King Giggles reappeared atop the throne, fury twisting his painted grin. "You can't destroy what's eternal," he screamed. Chapter 19. The Fall of the First King. Uthan swung his bat with everything he had, connecting with King Giggles' skull. The clown reeled, staggering backward. Hale lobbed a flare, igniting the throne in flames. Sparks exploded across the room. The confetti rain turned into a burning storm. Lena plunged the broken carnival pole into the floor beneath King Giggles' throne, shattering the platform. The king crashed into the fire, screaming in agony. His body disintegrated into smoke and black balloons, floating upward into the funhouse ceiling. The surviving clowns shrieked, panicked, and some fled through the walls like rats. Uthan collapsed to the ground, exhausted, holding Jumma. He was alive for now. Hale clutched his wounded arm. Lena shook, trying to catch her breath. The throne room was burning. The funhouse trembled. But somewhere deeper, another laugh echoed. Chapter 20. The Carnival Spreads. They escaped the crumbling funhouse into the night. Smoke and fire painted the streets red and orange. At first, relief swept through them. They had survived. They had saved Jumma. But then the horizon began to move. Thousands of balloons floated above the city, red, black, and blood-smeared white. From each balloon, a clown dropped to the streets, marching in perfect rows. Their laughter echoed, multiploid, drowning the screams of terrified citizens. The survivors realized in horror, King Giggles had not been destroyed. He had only been the first. From the far distance, flashing lights revealed more funhouses appearing across the city. The carnival was growing. Entire neighborhoods would be consumed in fear. Jumma hid behind Uthan, shaking. Lena whispered, This is the beginning." Uthan's fists clenched. "Then we fight, we survive, and we end this whatever it takes." Above them, the balloons floated, bouncing lightly in the wind, as if anticipating their next move. Chapter 21. Streets of Terror. The city streets were no longer familiar. Smoke curled from burning buildings. Cars were overturned, their hoods open, flames licking the tires. Everywhere, red balloons bounced along the wind, tethered to the arms of clowns marching in perfect formations. Uthan, Jumma, Lena, and Hale ran through alleyways, ducking behind overturned trucks and shattered walls. Every shadow could hide a killer. Every flicker of movement could be the next death. A clown with elongated limbs dropped silently from a fire escape, landing behind them. Hale fired, but it phased through the shot like smoke, snapping his wrist with inhuman strength. Lena screamed, plunging her spear into its chest. The clown dissolved, leaving a stench of rot and sugar. Above them, King Giggles. Laughter echoed across the skyline. It wasn't just a sound. It was a pulse seeping into minds, freezing fear into bones. Chapter 22. Safe houses burn. The survivors found a church that appeared abandoned. They barricaded doors and windows, praying for respite. Ethan checked every corner, feeling Jamie's trembling hand in his. Hale tried to patch his broken wrist with torn clothing. Lena looked out the stained glass windows, frowning. Then the flames began. From nowhere, balloons drifted in through broken cracks, releasing small bursts of fire. The church's roof groaned, windows shattered, and clowns appeared from every shadow. "Get to the basement," Ethan yelled. They dove below as the main hall collapsed. Hale muttered, "No building can hold them." His voice trembled with both fear and rage. In the basement, the walls began to shimmer, reflecting distorted images. Hundreds of clown faces stared back. Their laughter bounced around the room like bullets. Jamie whimpered, They're everywhere." Ethan gritted his teeth. "Then we take the fight to them." Chapter 23: The Underground Carnival. Following the sounds of faint, mocking music, the survivors discovered tunnels beneath the city. Old subway lines and maintenance shafts formed a hidden carnival, illuminated by flickering neon lights. Clowns were everywhere, juggling knives, dragging children behind cages, painting grotesque murals on brick walls with blood. Ethan led the group cautiously, trapping clowns along the way with makeshift tripwires and Hale's shotgun. Lena carved paths with her spear, cutting anyone who tried to flank them. At the center of the underground maze, they saw it, the carnival heart. King Giggle's throne sat atop a mound of balloons, children's toys, and severed clown heads. The black and red balloon, the conduit of power, pulsed ominously. Ethan clenched his bat. This ends here. Chapter 24: Into the Heart. They stormed the carnival heart. Clowns attacked with a ferocity that was almost supernatural. Some vanished into the walls. Some multiplied from single shadows. Ethan swung his bat and landed a crushing blow to a hulking jester. Lena's spear skewered a smaller clown, its painted smile cracking into a scream. King Giggles appeared atop his throne, eyes glowing, grin wider than ever. He raised the black and red balloon, chanting a dark carnival rhyme. Energy radiated outward, animating the corpses of defeated clowns, bringing them back into the fray. Jamie's eyes widened in terror. The balloon pulsed stronger, feeding on his fear. Ethan lunged forward, trying to sever the strings tethering his brother to the conduit. Lena yelled, "Ethan, the floor!" The ground beneath them was shifting, moving like liquid, ready to swallow anyone who fell. Chapter 25: The First Victory. With one final, desperate swing, Ethan smashed the balloon tethered to Jamie. It exploded in a burst of black and red smoke. Jamie fell free, screaming as the conduit's energy dissipated. King Giggles roared in fury, staggering off his throne. The remaining clowns hesitated, their power waning without the balloon's influence. Ethan, Lena, and Hale fought with every ounce of strength, taking down as many as possible. The throne collapsed in flames, consuming the central chamber. Smoke and laughter mixed with screams as the underground carnival began to crumble. Jamie, still shaking, clung to Ethan. Is it over?" he whispered. Ethan's gaze scanned the burning maze. "For now, but it's only the beginning." Outside, the city remained in chaos. The first wave of the apocalypse had been stopped, but red balloons still floated on the horizon, heralding that the carnival would return, bigger, stronger, hungrier. Chapter 26: Rising Nightmare. The city was a battlefield. Fires burned unchecked. Streets were littered with debris, bodies, and red balloons that floated ominously in the smoky sky. Every building seemed alive with movement, shadows twisting into clown forms, ready to strike at any moment. Ethan, Jamie, Lena, and Hale moved cautiously. Their clothing was torn, faces streaked with blood, but determination burned in their eyes. From the horizon, the black and red balloons began to rise in massive clusters, forming grotesque shapes that resembled towers of nightmarish clowns. The sky darkened unnaturally, as if the carnival itself was spreading a shadow over the city. Hale muttered, "It's not just a city, it's everywhere now." A massive roar echoed from the clouds. King Giggles had survived, somehow stronger than before, and his army was growing exponentially. Chapter 27: The Global Carnival. News reports flashed on abandoned screens across the world. Cities everywhere were under siege by the same red and black balloons. Clowns marched in perfect formations, terrorizing populations with supernatural precision. Airports, bridges, and streets were overrun. Ethan realized the apocalypse had only just begun. King Giggles had used the first city as a seed, a template to expand the carnival worldwide. Fear powered the creatures, feeding the army and giving them the strength to grow beyond imagination. Jamie clutched Ethan's arm. We have to stop him. Ethan nodded grimly. We have to go to the source. We destroy Giggles or everything dies. Lena tightened her grip on her spear. Then let's finish this. Chapter 28, Assault on the Carnival. The survivors infiltrated the central hub of the growing carnival, a massive floating circus that hovered above the city, powered by the black and red balloons. Clowns lined every platform, horns blaring, chainsaws revving. Ethan and Lena fought their way through waves of grotesque minions. Hale fired relentlessly, his arm nearly useless, but he refused to fall. The central platform revealed King Giggles' new throne, now enormous, made of bones, balloons, and the terrified faces of children pressed into twisted masks. Jamie was nowhere to be seen, and Ethan feared the worst. Giggles rose, impossibly tall, his grin stretching wider than ever. "Welcome to the final act," he intoned. "The world's fear will be my masterpiece." Chapter 29, The Last Confrontation. Ethan lunged at King Giggles. Every strike seemed ineffective. The clown phased through attacks, laughing maniacally. Lena stabbed repeatedly, but Giggles' power fed off their fear, regenerating him instantly. Suddenly, Jamie appeared, no longer a helpless child, but transformed partially by the carnival's magic. His eyes glowed red. Black and red balloons floated around him. He reached toward Ethan. "Jamie," Ethan cried, heartbreaking. "Fight him, you're my brother." The child's eyes flickered with recognition. A struggle ensued, a battle of wills between the carnival's influence and Jamie's own mind. With Ethan's words of love and Lena's protective strike holding off minions, Jamie broke free. He grabbed the largest balloon tethered to Giggles' throne and ripped it with all his strength. A massive explosion of fear and energy erupted, sending Giggles screaming across the floating circus. Chapter 30, The End or the Beginning. King Giggles was destroyed, at least for now. The black and red balloons fell lifeless from the sky. Clowns dissolved into smoke, their laughter fading. The floating carnival collapsed, crashing into the city in ruins. Ethan embraced Jamie, both of them shaking from exhaustion and relief. Lena and Hale joined, battered but alive. The first wave of the apocalypse had ended. But as they looked to the horizon, faint red balloons drifted in the distance. Somewhere, somehow, new seeds of the carnival were forming. King Giggles' influence could never truly be destroyed, only delayed. Jamie whispered, "Will it come back?" Ethan hugged him tightly. "We'll be ready, we'll fight, no matter what." And somewhere in the shadows of a broken world, a soft, horrifying giggle echoed on the wind. The carnival was gone for now, but the apocalypse of clowns had only begun. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The Boy Behind the Smile. Chapter 1: The Perfect Kid. Crestwood was the kind of small town where everyone knew each other's business, or thought they did. Kids biked home before sunset. The old church bell rang every hour, and the police rarely had anything more serious to handle than a noise complaint or a runaway dog. And in that quiet, familiar town lived Ethan Cole, a 17-year-old who everyone thought was perfect. He was polite, helped neighbors shovel snow, tutored kids after school, and never once got detention. Teachers loved him. Parents trusted him. Girls liked him. But there was something about Ethan's smile that lingered too long. Something in his eyes that didn't quite match the warmth in his voice. At night, in the attic of his family's old house, Ethan kept a locked trunk. No one ever asked what was inside, and no one dared to go near it. The attic smelled faintly of bleach and rust, a scent his mother once noticed but dismissed. Ethan had a ritual. After finishing his homework, he would climb the creaking stairs, open the trunk, and take out one of his trophies, a bracelet, a hair tie, sometimes a small photograph. He'd sit in the dark, touching each item like it was holy. He wasn't always like this, but something had changed last summer, something that had awakened the part of him that didn't feel guilt anymore. It started with a sound in the woods. Chapter 2: The First Time. It was the middle of July when Ethan and his friends went camping by the river. They were celebrating the end of junior year. A few beers, a cheap Bluetooth speaker, and the kind of teenage chaos that always felt invincible. But when night fell and the others passed out, Ethan stayed awake. The forest felt alive in a way that made his skin prickle. Every sound was sharp: the crackle of a branch, the distant hoot of an owl, the rush of the river. Then came the whisper. It wasn't human. It slid through the trees, soft and cruel, almost like it was speaking directly into his head. Do it. You'll never feel alive until you do. He turned, his flashlight cutting through the dark, but there was no one there. Just shadows and the reflection of his own eyes in the beam. The next morning, he found a dead raccoon near the edge of the water, throat slashed open, eyes staring upward. None of his friends noticed, but Ethan couldn't look away. He crouched beside it and felt something in his chest that wasn't fear. It was fascination. That night, when everyone else fell asleep again, he found a knife in his camping bag. He didn't remember packing it, but when he held it, the whisper came again. Do it. And somewhere deep in the woods, something changed inside Ethan Cole forever. Chapter 3: The Second Life. By fall, Ethan had learned to hide it well. He still smiled at teachers, still kissed his mother's cheek before school, still aced every exam. But inside, he was someone else. He began walking home through the forest instead of the main road. He said it helped him clear his head. In truth, it was practice, learning which paths were quietest, which spots were far from view. Then came Ashley, a freshman who looked up to him like an older brother. She asked him for help with math one afternoon, and he agreed. She trusted him immediately. That evening, they stayed late at the library until closing. Ashley called her parents to say Ethan would walk her home. He did. But when they passed through the shortcut in the woods, the same one where he'd heard the whisper, Ethan stopped walking. He listened to the wind, to the heartbeat in his chest. The voice returned, fainter this time, almost teasing. Prove it wasn't luck. He didn't remember every second. Just flashes: her frightened voice, his trembling hands, the sound of metal scraping against bone, and then silence. When it was done, he stood there for a long time, staring down at what he'd done. He expected guilt, panic, horror, but felt none of it, just stillness. Before he left, he took her bracelet. And when he returned home, He hid it in the attic trunk. Chapter 4: The Mask. 2 weeks later, Crestwood was buzzing with fear. Ashley's disappearance was on every news station. Her picture hung from lampposts, and students whispered in the hallways. Ethan watched it all quietly. He joined the search party, even comforted Ashley's mother, tears glistening perfectly in his eyes. He said all the right things, his voice calm and gentle. Inside, he was thrilled by how easily they believed him. At school, people began to look at him differently with admiration. "He's such a good kid," they said. "He really cares." He liked that. It made him invisible. But the whispers didn't stop. They came every night now, especially when he was alone. Sometimes they spoke with many voices, laughing, mocking, daring him. "You're not finished. One isn't enough." Ethan began to draw strange things in his notebooks: eyes, knives, shapes he didn't understand. His grades stayed perfect, but his thoughts grew darker. He found himself watching people differently, studying how they moved, how they breathed, especially those who annoyed him, a teacher who embarrassed him in front of the class, a jock who shoved him in the hallway. He wondered how they'd look if they stopped breathing. And each night, the attic trunk grew heavier. Chapter 5: The Hunter. Winter came early that year. Snow blanketed Crestwood, muffling every sound, making the world seem smaller. Ethan had developed habits, routines that fed the thing inside him. He'd take long walks in the dark, pretending to listen to music but really just watching. He memorized who left their houses late, who walked alone. He began carrying the knife again. His next victim wasn't random. It was Mr. Dunley, the shop teacher. The man had once slapped Ethan's shoulder and called him soft. He'd laughed about it with other students. Ethan never forgot. One night, Ethan waited behind the school parking lot. Mr. Dunley was locking up, humming to himself. The snow fell thick, and no one else was around. It happened quickly, a blur of movement, a gasp, the crunch of snow turning red. The sound of the man choking on his last breath filled the air before vanishing into silence. Ethan dragged the body behind the dumpster and walked home, snow hiding every footprint. When he returned to his attic, he opened the trunk and smiled. The whisper was gone for the first time in months, replaced by something else, something he hadn't felt before. Peace. Chapter 6: The Missing Pieces. By January, Crestwood was a town on edge. Ashley was still missing, and now Mr. Dunley's absence had the police working around the clock. The schools were locked after dark, curfews enforced, parents paranoid. But Ethan, he thrived in the fear. He walked through the halls, calm and collected, watching the chaos around him like a spectator at a show he'd written himself. Detectives came to the school one afternoon. They interviewed students, asked questions, took notes. Ethan volunteered to help them organize the search. His composure impressed them. "You're a good kid," one officer said. "Your parents raised you right." Ethan smiled. "I try my best." But at home, his mind was unraveling. He began to hear the whisper again, faint, buried under static. It wasn't the same as before. It wasn't pushing him to kill. It was laughing, mocking. "You think you're in control. You're just what it made you." Some nights he'd wake up covered in sweat, hands trembling, unsure if he'd been dreaming or remembering. He'd rush to the attic to make sure the trunk was still locked. He'd touch the cold metal and whisper to it, "Don't leave me." Inside were his trophies, reminders that it was all real, that he wasn't just some scared boy losing his mind. But sometimes in the dark, he thought he saw them move. Chapter 7: The Investigation. Detective Marion Keller had seen monsters before, but none of them hid behind smiles this convincing. She'd been called to Crestwood after the second disappearance. To her, it didn't look like coincidence. The same pattern, a quiet night, no witnesses, no evidence, just gone. Keller had a theory. The killer was local, smart, someone who blended in. When she first met Ethan, she didn't suspect him, not really. He looked too young, too innocent. But there was something about his eyes when she mentioned the word murder. They didn't flinch. That night she wrote his name down, just in case. Meanwhile, Ethan could feel her watching him. He saw the way she paused when he spoke, how her gaze lingered. It made him excited. Someone had finally noticed. He began playing a new game, leaving little hints, subtle ones. A button near the riverbank, a footprint half buried in snow, just enough to keep her guessing. He wanted her to chase him. The whisper returned louder that night, gleeful. "She'll never catch you. You were born for this." Ethan smiled into the mirror, eyes cold. For the first time, he whispered back, "I know." Chapter 8, Cracks in the Glass. On the outside, Ethan's life looked perfect. He got into honors programs. Teachers praised him. The principal wrote him a recommendation letter. But on the inside, everything was rotting. He started seeing things, flashes of faces and reflections, smears of red on his hands that vanished when he blinked. He'd hear Ashley's voice calling from the woods, begging him to stop. At dinner, he barely spoke. His mother noticed. "You're pale, honey," she said one night. "Are you feeling okay?" Ethan forced a smile, just tired. But that night he crept into the attic again and opened the trunk. The air was thick and metallic. He counted the trophies, every one of them, and froze. One was missing. He tore through the trunk, breathing hard, muttering under his breath. Then he heard it, a faint creak behind him. The attic door. He spun around, but no one was there. Just the whisper again, so close it felt like breath against his ear. "You're losing control, Ethan." He dropped to his knees, clutching his head, whispering to himself over and over, "It's mine, it's mine, it's mine." Downstairs, his mother stirred in her sleep, unaware that her perfect son was slowly breaking apart above her. Chapter 9, The Copycat. A week later, another body was found, this time a teenage boy. But something was wrong. The police report described the wounds, the method, even the cleanup, and it was all wrong. Too messy, too desperate, too loud. Ethan realized someone was copying him. At first, he was furious. The thought of someone ruining his work disgusted him. But then, a new idea crept in. What if he could use this? He could make them take the blame. He began to follow the story, watching how the town reacted. Detective Keller now believed there might be more than one killer. That gave Ethan a thrill of satisfaction. He even found the copycat once, a boy from a nearby town, obsessed with the case, trying to imitate the mystery. Ethan met him online, pretending to be just another true crime enthusiast. They talked for days. And one night, Ethan invited him to meet in person. When the boys showed up at the old quarry, Ethan was waiting in the dark. "You shouldn't pretend to be something you're not," Ethan said softly. The next morning, the copycat's car was found abandoned. Inside was a note, a confession for all the murders. Detective Keller read it and frowned. "Too perfect," she whispered. Ethan watched the news and smiled. Chapter 10, The Night of Snow. By February, the town had gone quiet again. Too quiet. The snow never stopped. Streets were empty, stores closed early, and everyone prayed the nightmare was finally over. Ethan almost believed it himself. But that night he woke to a sound outside his window, faint footsteps crunching through snow. He got up and looked out. Someone was standing in the yard, a figure still as stone, head tilted upward, watching his window. Ethan's pulse quickened. He couldn't see their face, just a shape pale against the dark. He blinked once, twice, and the figure was gone. The whisper came back, louder than ever. "They know what you are. They're coming for you." Ethan stumbled back, hands trembling, staring at his own reflection. For the first time, he saw what Keller must have seen, the cold, hollow thing staring back. He turned away, whispering, "No, I'm still me." But even as he said it, He could hear laughter, soft, cruel, and coming from the attic. Chapter 11: The Visitors. The police came to Ethan's house the next morning. His mother stood at the door in her robe, hair a mess, her hands shaking slightly when she saw the badges. Detective Keller smiled politely. "Just a few questions, Mrs. Cole." Ethan appeared behind her, calm as ever, a mug of coffee in his hand. "Of course, Detective, come in." The living room smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. Everything in the house was spotless, as if he'd been preparing for this. Keller noticed the precision, the order, too much of it. "Do you know a boy named Ryan Hale?" she asked. Ethan blinked once slowly. "The one who confessed?" "That's right. He mentioned you in his messages." Ethan smiled faintly. "Oh, I just talked to him online about the case. I didn't know him." Keller nodded but kept her gaze locked on him. "Did you ever meet him?" A pause too long. "No," Ethan said, his voice calm, steady. She knew he was lying. She just didn't know how to prove it. When they left, Ethan closed the door and leaned against it, heart hammering. His smile broke for the first time in months. He went to the attic that night, opened the trunk and whispered, "They're getting too close." The whisper answered, "Then you know what must come next." Chapter 12: The Fire in the Woods. Ethan knew the police would search soon. So he made a plan. That night, long after midnight, he dragged the heavy trunk down the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing like a scream. He covered it in blankets, carried it outside, and disappeared into the forest. The snow was deep, the cold biting at his skin, but he didn't feel it. He found a clearing, the same one where Ashley had died, and began to dig. When the hole was deep enough, he threw the trophies inside. The bracelet, the knife, the trinkets, everything that proved what he'd done. Then he poured gasoline and lit the match. The flames burst upward, devouring the evidence. Ethan watched it burn with something close to grief, as though he was watching part of himself die. But the whisper didn't let him mourn. "You think you can bury it? You are it." The fire grew, catching the trees, spreading fast. Ethan dropped the gas can and ran, smoke filling his lungs. Behind him, the woods burned, an inferno swallowing every secret he'd ever kept. By the time firefighters arrived, Ethan was home again, pretending to sleep. But as the orange glow flickered across his ceiling, he smiled in the dark. Chapter 13: The Girl in the Mirror. After the fire, Ethan began seeing Ashley everywhere. At first, it was just flashes, in reflections, in crowds, in dreams. Then one night, he woke to find her standing at the foot of his bed, pale and silent, her throat marked by the wound he'd given her. She didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. Ethan whispered, "You're not real." But her lips parted, and in a voice that sounded like static, she said, "You can't hide forever." He woke screaming, drenched in sweat. His mother ran into the room, terrified. "Ethan, what's wrong?" He stared at her blankly, chest heaving. Nightmare. But when she left, he saw it again, her reflection in the mirror, smiling faintly, the way she used to in class. That morning, Ethan couldn't look anyone in the eye. Every face reminded him of someone he'd taken, and every shadow seemed to whisper his name. Ethan, Ethan, Ethan. He began skipping classes, wandering the woods during the day, searching the ashes of the burned clearing like an addict looking for a fix. Some nights, he thought he could still smell the blood in the snow. Chapter 14: The Confession Tape. Detective Keller wasn't sleeping either. After weeks of dead ends, she got a call from a tech unit. They recovered a partial file from Ryan Hale's laptop. The data was corrupted, but a small video survived. When she pressed play, the screen flickered, and Ryan appeared scared, twitchy, looking off camera. "He told me to do it," Ryan said. "He said it would make me free, said I'd feel alive." Keller's pulse quickened. The camera panned slightly, showing a glimpse of someone standing behind Ryan. Just a shoulder, a bit of blonde hair, and a voice. Calm, quiet. Go on, tell them the truth. Keller froze. She recognized that voice. Ethan Cole. She watched the clip over and over, each time more certain. The perfect boy from Crestwood High was the monster she'd been chasing. That night she gathered her team. We bring him in tomorrow morning, she said. Alive if we can. Chapter 15, The Storm. The blizzard hit just before dawn. Power lines fell, roads closed, and the town was swallowed by white. Ethan woke before sunrise. He didn't know why, just a pulse of dread in his chest. He looked outside and saw flashing lights in the distance, faint but moving closer. The whisper in his head was no longer a whisper, it was a roar. They're coming, you know what to do. He went to the attic one last time. The trunk was gone, just ashes where it used to be. He stood in the middle of the floor, shaking, whispering, I don't want to do this anymore. The voice hissed, Then let me do it for you. Ethan blacked out. When he woke, he was standing in his kitchen, barefoot, a knife in his hand. The front door was open. Snow was blowing in. And somewhere downstairs, his mother was calling his name. Chapter 16, The Knock at the Door. The sound came again, bang, 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 sharp against the storm's howling wind. Police opened the door. Ethan froze in the middle of the kitchen. His mother appeared at the top of the stairs, her face pale. What's going on? She whispered. He couldn't answer. The world felt muffled, far away. The knife in his hand was slick from the melting snow. Ethan, his mother said softly, her voice shaking. What are you holding? He looked down. For a second he didn't remember. Then he saw the blade, red from where he'd gripped it too tight. Another knock, louder this time. He dropped the knife into the sink. Mom, go upstairs, please. Ethan. Now. She hesitated, frightened by the sudden authority in his voice. Then she turned and ran. Ethan walked to the front door, heart pounding. The moment he turned the knob, the door flew open, snow blasting through. Detective Keller stepped inside, her gun drawn. Ethan Cole, step away from the counter. He smiled faintly. You took your time. Chapter 17, The Search. The house was filled with police now, boots stomping, radios crackling, voices echoing. They found nothing in his room, nothing in the basement, nothing in the attic except the blackened outline where the trunk used to sit. Keller watched Ethan the entire time. He sat at the table, calm, hands folded. His mother sat beside him, weeping quietly, whispering prayers under her breath. Ethan, Keller said finally, we found the footage. He tilted his head. Footage. The video of Ryan Hale. Your voice is on it. Ethan smiled. That's impossible. She slid her phone across the table, pressing play. Ryan appeared, terrified, mumbling through tears, and then the voice came. Ethan's voice. The color drained from his mother's face. Ethan didn't blink, didn't move, just stared at the phone until the video ended. Then he said softly, that's not me. Keller leaned closer. Then who is it? Ethan looked up, eyes distant. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Chapter 18, The Woods Again. The storm grew worse as they led Ethan outside. Snow slashed through the air like shards of glass. Keller followed behind him, her gun lowered but ready. Halfway to the car, Ethan stopped walking. Do you hear that? He asked. Hear what? Keller said. The whisper. Before she could react, Ethan bolted, sprinting into the trees, vanishing into the white. Cole, stop, she shouted, chasing after him. The other officers fanned out, flashlights cutting through the storm. Ethan ran deeper and deeper until the lights disappeared behind him. His lungs burned, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He didn't know where he was going, only that the voice was leading him. Back where it began. He reached the clearing, the same spot that had burned months ago. Snow covered the ground now, but he could still see black scars beneath. He dropped to his knees, screaming into the wind. What do you want from me? And for the first time, the whisper answered with clarity. I am you. Chapter 19, Keller's Discovery. Keller found the clearing 10 minutes later. The snow had nearly erased his tracks. Her flashlight beam swung across the charred earth and stopped. There was a hole in the ground, half filled with snow. Inside, glimmering faintly, was something metal. She reached in and pulled it out, a melted bracelet. Her stomach turned. Found something, she called out. But when she looked up, Ethan was gone again. She moved quickly, following the faint sound of his voice echoing through the trees. He was talking to someone, but she couldn't hear who. When she broke through the tree line, she froze. Ethan stood at the edge of the frozen river, barehanded, his breath fogging the air. He was staring into the ice as though listening to it. Ethan, she said softly, it's over, come back with me. He turned slowly, eyes distant, voice hollow. She's down there. Keller stepped closer. Who? Ashley, he said. She never left. Keller's heart dropped. And then, without warning, Ethan stepped forward and slammed his fist against the ice, once, twice, until it cracked open beneath him. Chapter 20, Beneath the Ice. The world vanished in a rush of freezing black water. For a heartbeat, Ethan felt nothing, no pain, no sound, no guilt, just the cold. It was almost peaceful. He sank deeper, watching bubbles spiral past his face, the current pulling him down. In the darkness below, he thought he saw her, Ashley, drifting toward him, her hair floating like a halo. She reached out a hand. Come home, she whispered. Ethan hesitated, then took it. Above, Keller dropped to her knees, clawing at the edge of the ice. Ethan, grab my hand. But there was no movement, just silence and snow. When they finally pulled him from the river, his lips were blue, his eyes half open. For a moment, Keller thought it was over. But as the paramedics checked for a pulse, Ethan's mouth twitched just slightly into a faint, frozen smile. Chapter 21, The Breath Returns. The machines began to beep again. Nurses crowded around the stretcher as the paramedics shouted orders. Someone said his name, Ethan Cole, and for the first time since the river, his chest rose. Keller watched through the glass as the team worked. The boy who had walked through her town like a ghost now looked small, fragile, ordinary. But when his eyes flickered open for a second, there was no confusion in them, only awareness. A nurse touched her shoulder. Detective, he's stable. Keller nodded slowly. Keep him that way. Outside, the storm raged on, burying Crestwood under a white silence that felt less like snow and more like ash. Chapter 22, Room 304. Ethan woke 3 days later. The lights were too bright. The room smelled of disinfectant and metal. Bandages wrapped his hands. He turned his head. Detective Keller sat in a chair by the door, arms crossed. Morning, Ethan. He stared at her for a long time. Did I make it? You did. He smiled faintly. That's disappointing. Keller said nothing. She spent 3 nights watching him talk in his sleep, whispering names, counting numbers, sometimes laughing. The nurses told her the temperature in his room kept dropping, no matter how high they turned up the heat. That night, Keller left him under guard. But as she walked down the hallway, the hospital lights flickered. From behind the glass, Ethan watched her go, his reflection faintly smiling even after he turned away. Chapter 23, The Hallway. The night shift nurse, Andrea, did rounds every 2 hours. Room 304 was quiet. She checked his vitals, wrote her notes, turned to leave. Then she heard it, a whisper behind her. She froze. Mr. Cole. Nothing. The monitor stayed steady, but the sound came again, a faint echo, like someone repeating her breath. She turned the light toward his bed. Ethan was still, eyes closed. But the mirror across from the bed showed something impossible. His reflection standing upright, watching her. Andrea blinked, the reflection gone. She stumbled out into the hallway, heart racing, telling herself it was exhaustion. Yet when she looked back, the window in his door had fogged from the inside, as if someone had pressed their mouth against it and exhaled. Chapter 24, The Visitor. Keller returned at dawn. The nurse on duty looked shaken. "He didn't sleep," Andrea whispered. "He talks to someone when he thinks no one here." "Someone?" "He says she never left the river." Keller's throat tightened. She stepped into the room. Ethan was awake, staring at the ceiling. "Who were you talking to?" she asked. He turned his head slowly. "You wouldn't believe me." "Try me." Ethan smiled. "She says you're next." The lights buzzed, then went out. Keller's flashlight beam cut across the room. The bed was empty. A faint sound came from the bathroom door, like dripping water. When maintenance restored power minutes later, Ethan was back in bed, eyes closed, monitor steady. The guard swore he'd never moved. Chapter 25, The Empty Wing. By the end of the week, the hospital had lost 2 staff members to sudden transfers. The night watch refused to patrol the North Corridor. Patients whispered about seeing a boy in a hospital gown walking past their doors. Keller reviewed the security footage. Each time the camera caught a flicker of movement, the timestamp blurred, the image washed in static. She pressed her palms to her face. "It's not possible." Down the hall, Ethan sat by the window, eyes fixed on the snow-covered trees. His reflection stared back, a little older, a little darker, and whispered something only he could hear. He nodded once. In the next second, every light in the hospital flickered off, plunging the building into darkness. And in that darkness, Ethan began to smile again. Chapter 26, The Static. Detective Keller hadn't slept in 48 hours. The security feed still glitched every night at 3:17 a.m., showing bursts of static that warped into faces, sometimes hers, sometimes Ethan. The technicians blamed wiring. She blamed something colder. On the morning of the 3rd day, she brought Ethan a notebook. "Write it down," she said. "Everything you remember from the river." He looked up, eyes hollow. "You think it's me?" "I think something wants to finish what it started." He ran his fingers over the paper. "It's already finishing." That night she reviewed the new footage. Ethan sat motionless for an hour, then slowly lifted the pencil. But the camera caught something she didn't see in the room. A shadow behind him, long and thin, leaning close as if whispering into his ear. The pencil moved faster, words forming like scratches. When Keller retrieved the notebook, every page carried the same sentence, written hundreds of times. "Let me in." Chapter 27, The Snowfall. By dawn, Crestwood was sealed in by another storm. The hospital generators failed. The air turned breath fog cold even inside. Keller sat outside Ethan's room, flashlight trembling in her hand. "Power out again," said Officer Ramos, her partner. "Backup won't hold long." Through the glass, Ethan stood by the window, whispering to the whiteness outside. His breath formed tiny clouds that didn't fade, they drifted, swirling in the air like pale smoke. "Ethan," Keller said, stepping in. "Who are you talking to?" He smiled faintly. "She's waiting for you." "Who is?" "The one who pulled me out of the river. The one that didn't let me die." The floor hummed under her boots, a low vibration like distant thunder. The snow outside pressed against the glass as if alive, patterns forming shapes, eyes, mouths, and then vanishing. Keller backed away. "Ethan, you need to sit down." He didn't move. "She says if I leave, she'll stay with you instead." The lights flickered once. Every monitor flatlined for half a second, then surged back with a single word spelled across the heart rate readout. "Stay." Chapter 28, The North Wing. They evacuated the floor. Keller stayed. The rest of the hospital seemed to fold in on itself, hallways narrowing, air thickening with frost. She traced her way toward the north wing, where the oldest rooms sat abandoned, paint peeling and ceilings weeping with condensation. She heard his voice before she saw him. Not Ethan's deeper, doubled echoing. "This is where she was born," the voice said. Keller's flashlight beam landed on a door labeled "Morgue," closed. Inside, frost covered the walls like veins of glass. And there, standing in the middle of the room, was Ethan, barefoot, hospital gown torn at the sleeves. He was talking to an empty gurney. "She says you tried to stop her," he whispered. "She says you didn't let her cross." "Who, Ethan?" Keller's voice trembled. "Who are you talking about?" He turned, eyes black in the dim light. "The river doesn't let go, it trades." Chapter 29, The Trade. Keller drew closer, breath visible. The air smelled of iron and ice. "Ethan, you don't have to listen. Whatever it is, it's lying." He shook his head slowly. "She gave me breath again. She just wants to rest." The walls began to pulse, faint ripples moving through the frost as if the room itself were breathing. Keller's radio screeched, static turning into faint sobs. Then Ethan stepped aside. Behind the gurney, the frost formed a shape, a woman's face, eyes hollow, mouth open in a silent cry. Keller's hand went to her weapon, but she couldn't move. The air was thick, heavy. "She wants a name," Ethan whispered. "Yours will do." The lights shattered. Wind roared through the room, papers swirling like snow. Keller reached for Ethan, grabbing his wrist, but his skin burned cold, the pulse faint. For 1 second she saw it, herself reflected in his eyes, mouth moving not by choice but command. Then everything went still. Chapter 30, The River Again. When the storm broke 2 days later, search teams found the north wing flooded waist-deep in melted frost water. The morgue was empty except for 2 sets of footprints, one adult, one small, leading to the emergency exit that opened toward the woods. Neither Keller nor Ethan was found. Weeks later, the hospital reopened. The staff avoided the wing. The new detective assigned to the case read Keller's final notes, found in her car outside the lot. The pages were water-stained, but one line was still clear. "The river takes what it's owed." That winter, the ice on the river cracked early. Locals said they saw a woman and a boy standing by the bank, silhouettes in the fog. When rescuers arrived, there were no tracks, just 2 reflections in the water, rippling as if they were still waiting to come up for air. The Hollow City. Chapter 1, The First Broadcast. It started as background noise. A muffled radio alert played between songs on a local station. A strange public safety message nobody paid much attention to. Lee Martin heard it while driving home from her night shift, a voice distorted by static, repeating something about localized contamination and avoid exposure. She laughed it off. Probably another chemical spill. The city of Rivenhurst was full of those factories along the river coughing smoke into the sky, always followed by some vague government advisory. The streets were half empty. A fog clung to the sidewalks, thick as ash. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed, then stopped abruptly. When Lee turned onto her block, her headlights caught a shape in the road, a deer, lying motionless. She braked hard. But when she got out to check, she realized the deer's eyes were open and moving. It turned its head toward her, jaw hanging oddly. Then it started to twitch, not like a wounded animal, but like something remembering how to move. She stepped back. By the time she got into her car and locked the doors, the thing was standing. And when it stumbled toward her, she finally heard the radio clearly. "Do not approach the infected. Stay indoors. The city is under quarantine." Chapter 2, The City Sleeps. By morning, Rivenhurst was quiet, too quiet. Lee watched from her apartment window as 2 men in hazmat suits sealed off the street. The news played on every channel now, words like containment, fever, behavioral collapse. The anchor's smile didn't reach her eyes. Authorities assure us this is not viral in nature. Lee turned off the TV. Her phone was full of unread messages from her friend Devin, who worked at the hospital. ER packed. People biting nurses. Don't go out. By noon, the power flickered. A loudspeaker outside announced curfew. From her balcony, she could see smoke rising near downtown. Helicopters circled the river. Something was happening beyond the skyline, something that made the air itself feel heavier. Then came the sound, distant, low, like hundreds of people shouting at once. Not words, just noise. That night, Lee barricaded her door. Not because of the government warnings, but because she could hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, dragging. And then a voice, not quite human, but familiar enough to make her blood freeze. It whispered her name. Chapter 3, The Hospital. Devin hadn't answered her calls in 12 hours. Lee decided to check the hospital before the roads were fully blocked. The city felt wrong. Cars abandoned, traffic lights blinking through fog. At one intersection, she saw a police cruiser on its side, windshield cracked from the inside. The hospital parking lot was full, but no one was moving. The glass doors hung open, one cracked clean in half. The smell hit her before she stepped inside, copper and rot. The lobby was chaos, wheelchairs overturned. A trail of blood led toward the elevators. The reception computer was still logged in, displaying a screen full of patient IDs marked Code Black. She called for Devin, no answer. Then she heard something in the stairwell, a shuffle, followed by a wet gasp. She turned her flashlight toward it. A nurse stood halfway up the stairs, skin gray, eyes milky white. She moved stiffly like a puppet. Lee froze. The nurse turned her head too far, spine cracking. Her lips peeled back in a hiss. Lee bolted. She didn't look back until she reached the street, and even then, she saw dozens more figures emerging from the hospital doors. Chapter 4, Static. She reached her apartment just before dark. Sirens blared in the distance, then died out again. The emergency alert system took over every frequency. Stay inside. Do not engage infected civilians. Martial law is in effect. The fog was thicker now, carrying an odor of smoke and decay. Lee taped her windows, sealed the vents, and sat with her flashlight trembling in her hand. Her phone buzzed, a voicemail from Devin. Static filled the first few seconds, then his voice. Lee, they're not dying, even when we. The line cracked, screams echoed in the background. It spreads through blood, maybe air. I'm. More static. Don't let them in. The message cut off with a wet sound, like someone breathing too close to the mic. Lee deleted it. Her hands were shaking too much to think. Outside, something heavy slammed into her door, once, twice, then silence. She aimed the flashlight at the gap underneath. A trickle of dark liquid seeped through, thick, slow, still moving. Chapter 5, The Street Below. By dawn, the noise outside had changed. The city was alive again, but not with people. Lee looked down from her window and saw the streets crawling. Dozens of figures wandered aimlessly, swaying in the mist. Some still wore uniforms, some pajamas, one still clutching a phone to its ear. They weren't running or hunting, just existing. Every few seconds, one would stop, tilt its head, and let out a sound like a sigh. Then all the others would answer in unison, a low, mournful hum that rolled through the city like wind through broken glass. Lee packed a bag. She couldn't stay. She found her father's old revolver, a flashlight, a few cans of food. Her building had a service ladder leading to the alley. The moment she stepped outside, the air felt wrong, humid and cold at once. The city smelled like rust and something worse. Somewhere nearby, a radio crackled to life on a car hood. Rivenhurst is lost. If you're still alive, head north. Military evacuation point at Blackridge Highway. Lee looked north. The fog in that direction pulsed faintly, lit by flashes like lightning. She took a breath, gripped the gun tight, and started walking. Chapter 6, The Alleyway. The alley smelled of smoke and iron. Lee's boots crunched on broken glass as she descended the fire escape ladder, gripping her father's revolver like it could hold back the world. Shadows moved ahead of her, figures hunched and dragging limbs, unaware of her at first. Then one turned abruptly. Its head snapped unnaturally, jaw hanging loose, eyes blank and wet. Lee froze. The creature's groan rasped through the fog, low and wet. Others in the alley answered, echoing in a wave of moans. She darted forward, aiming carefully, shooting once. The revolver cracked, deafening in the narrow space. The first creature fell, but the others didn't hesitate. Their movement wasn't fast, but they were unrelenting. Every shadow became a threat, every alleyway a trap. Halfway through the street, Lee stumbled over a body not fully risen but twitching, still warm. Her stomach twisted. She didn't look back. Finally, she found a broken sedan with the doors unlocked. She climbed inside, breath coming in shallow gasps, and hid as the creatures passed by, their wet sounds bouncing off the walls like drums. The city was alive now, but not with life. It was alive with hunger. Chapter 7: The First Safe House. Lee drove slowly, hugging the abandoned streets. Smoke and ash hung in the air. Occasionally, she caught sight of figures staggering across intersections, some walking in groups, others alone. None acknowledged her. None reacted to the car's headlights. By noon, she reached a small building, an old warehouse, windows broken and boarded. She slipped inside, barricading the doors with metal beams and crates. The interior smelled like mold and rot. Piles of paper, broken furniture, and abandoned tools littered the floor. She found an office in the back with a desk and a filing cabinet. Inside, she discovered canned food, bottled water, and first aid supplies, untouched. For the first time in hours, she allowed herself to sit. Her hands shook uncontrollably. Her ears still strained for sound. Every groan outside the boarded windows sent her heart racing. Hours passed, and then she heard something else, faint tapping from above. Not the moans, a deliberate rhythm, footsteps packing the warehouse roof. Lee gripped the revolver again. Who's there? No answer, only the tap, tap, tap. Chapter 8: The Encounter. Night fell, thick and suffocating. The fog crept in through cracks in the boards, twisting the shadows inside the warehouse. Lee kept the flashlight trained on the roof. Then a figure dropped silently into the office. Not like the creatures outside, this one moved too fast, too fluid. "Who?" she whispered. The figure raised its hands. "Easy, don't shoot." It was a man, young, dirty, with streaks of blood on his jacket. His eyes were wide, alert, terrified. "Name's Cole," he said. "Been hiding nearby. You're lucky I didn't scream." Lee lowered the gun slightly. "Are you infected?" Cole shook his head. "No, not yet, but they're everywhere. You need to move before nightfall. They can sense you if you linger too long." Lee swallowed hard. She realized she had no choice. She had to move. Together, they began gathering supplies from the warehouse, planning a route north, toward the evacuation point mentioned on the radio. Chapter 9: The Streets of the Dead. Dawn broke, revealing Rivenhurst in all its ruined glory. The streets were littered with abandoned cars, half-burned buildings, and dozens of figures wandering aimlessly. Lee and Cole moved cautiously, hugging walls, crossing streets only when the monsters were distracted. Occasionally, one would stop, tilt its head, and emit that same low, hollow moan. The sound made Lee's skin crawl. They came across a small convenience store. The doors were barricaded with metal shelves. Lee pried a corner open. Inside, they found food, bottled water, and a few firearms left behind. Then a sudden crash, a window shattered. A figure tumbled inside, clothes tattered, limbs jerking unnaturally. Its eyes met Lee's for a heartbeat, then it lunged. Cole pushed her aside as the revolver fired, crack after crack. The creature collapsed, twitching before going still. Lee's hands shook violently. We can't keep doing this," she whispered. Cole shook his head. We have to if we stop, they'll. A sound interrupted him. Hundreds of footsteps, wet and heavy, coming from every street in the distance. The city was moving now. The dead were marching. Chapter 10, The River Crossing. By mid-afternoon, Lee and Cole reached the river that cut through the city. Military vehicles and barricades marked the evacuation zone in the distance, smoke rising like signal fires. But the bridge was partially destroyed. The water below churned darkly, reflecting twisted, broken shapes. Lee realized with a chill, the creatures weren't afraid of the river. Some already swam, others waded, thrashing against the rails. "We'll have to go through," Cole said grimly. "It's the only way." Lee gripped her revolver and checked her backpack. They timed their crossing carefully, running across the remaining planks while the monsters on either side clawed and roared. Halfway across, one reached up, snapping a railing loose. Lee barely pulled herself forward. Cole grabbed her hand, and together they tumbled onto the far side, gasping and shaking. Behind them, the bridge collapsed completely. For a moment, Lee allowed herself hope. The evacuation point was just ahead. Then she noticed the fog shifting. Shapes moved inside it, not the slow walkers from before. Faster, hunting. The nightmare wasn't over. Chapter 11, Evacuation Point. Lee and Cole stumbled onto a dirt road that led to the military checkpoint. Sandbags and barricades lined the highway, and a few trucks were parked haphazardly, engines running. Smoke curled from the remains of a checkpoint shack. Soldiers were everywhere but exhausted, faces pale, hands shaking, eyes darting constantly. Some held rifles, others radios, shouting orders into the wind. "Get over here," one barked. "Evacuation zone." Lee and Cole ran forward, waving their hands. They passed abandoned vehicles and bodies, both human and infected. Some soldiers ignored the figures entirely, others shot reflexively. Inside the main tent, a colonel stood over a map, markers scattered everywhere. He looked up, saw Lee and Cole, and gestured them over. "Names, age, last contact with the infected." Lee's hands trembled. I've been on my own, the city is." "We know," the colonel said. "We're lucky anyone made it this far, but stay alert. No one leaves without screening." Cole leaned close. "Screening, what's that?" The colonel didn't answer. His jaw tightened, eyes moving toward the back of the tent. Lee saw cages, shaking, moving figures inside. Not fully dead, not fully alive, prisoners of some experiment. Chapter 12, The Quarantine. Inside the quarantine tent, Lee and Cole were separated. Soldiers searched them, scanning their skin and clothes. "Exposure?" a medic asked. She had a scanner that beeped faintly at intervals. Lee held her breath. Every step she took felt heavier. The tent was crowded. People whispered quietly, some rocking, some sobbing. One man muttered a name over and over. The smell, sweat, fear, and something metallic made Lee gag. From the corner of the tent, she saw a shadow shift. Not a person, not fully. A figure hunched in a cage, pressing against the bars. Skin pale, eyes glowing faintly, saliva dripping. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. Cole appeared at the next station. His face was pale. "They're experimenting," he whispered. Before Lee could ask more, the tent flaps ripped open. A scream cut through the air. A figure had broken free. Soldiers shouted, firing into the crowd. Chaos erupted. Lee ducked, covering her head. Cole grabbed her, pulling her behind crates. Outside, the fog was thicker than ever, shadows moving inside it. Something or many things were coming. Chapter 13, Into the Fog. The fence surrounding the checkpoint was breached. Soldiers tried to hold the line, but the infected surged through like a river. Lee and Cole ran into the fog, stumbling over debris. The fog seemed alive, curling around them, carrying whispers. Low moans echoed inside it, not just from the creatures, but from people too. Screams twisted and warped in the mist. Lee couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Every step felt like walking on ice. She clutched the revolver, pulling the trigger on any figure that stumbled into the dim light. Cole muttered, "We need shelter, fast." They found an abandoned gas station. Shelves were overturned, a few cans of food remaining. Lee barricaded the doors. Outside, the fog shifted, shapes moving just beyond visibility. She swore she saw a hand press against the glass, long, gray, almost human. The night was endless. Every sound echoed inside the fog: footsteps, moans, and something worse. Whispers. Not words, just repeated phrases calling her name. Lee, Lee. She pressed herself against the wall, trying to block it out. Cole didn't sleep. He whispered that the fog itself was alive, infected by something beyond science, something spreading faster than the streets. Chapter 14, The Bridge. By dawn, Lee and Cole decided to leave the gas station. Supplies were low, and the fog had begun to thin toward the east. The only path led to a crumbling bridge. The river below churned darkly, black and red streaked through the currents. Something floated just beneath the surface, shapes twisting, reaching upward. They ran across the bridge, careful not to look down. Every plank groaned, every shadow seemed to stretch toward them. Halfway across, Lee froze. A figure appeared on the bridge, a soldier, pale, eyes white, weapon shaking in his hands. Not fully dead, not fully alive. Its mouth moved, but no words came. Cole grabbed her arm. "Don't stop." Lee ran. Behind them, the infected surged, climbing the supports, smashing into the metal rails. The bridge trembled. By the time they reached solid ground, the sound of the fog in the river below was deafening. Chapter 15, The Village Beyond. On the far side of the river, Lee and Cole stumbled into a small village. Empty houses, smoke curling from chimneys, but no signs of life. Inside one house, they found a radio, broadcasting static and fragmented voices. Among the bursts, they heard something chilling. Infection spreading north. Evacuation failed. Repeat. Evacuation failed. Cole sank to the floor. "We're too late." Lee felt the weight of it, the city, the checkpoint, the fog, the river, all pointing toward the same truth. The infection was unstoppable. Outside, a shadow moved. Not one creature, but dozens emerging from the mist. Their groans mixed with human screams. Lee raised the revolver and Cole picked up a broken pipe. They had no choice. And in the distance, the fog shifted, glowing faintly red. The infection was not just spreading, it was evolving. Lee swallowed hard. Survival meant moving forward into the heart of horror itself. Chapter 16, The Survivor Camp. Lee and Cole moved cautiously through the village. Smoke rose from chimneys, but there were no signs of people moving outside. Every house they passed had doors ajar or smashed windows. The air smelled of decay, soot, and something faintly metallic. They followed the faint sound of movement to a barn at the village's edge. Inside, a small survivor camp had been set up. Tarps, makeshift beds, and a few weary figures huddled together. One man approached, holding a rifle but speaking quietly. "Who are you? Infected?" Lee shook her head. "No, we just were trying to survive." A woman stepped forward, eyes sharp. "Everyone who's clean comes in, but we don't trust anyone for long. You're lucky the fog hasn't reached here yet." Cole whispered to Lee, "Fog. It's spreading faster than anything else. That's why the bridge, why everything outside is chaos." Inside the barn, Lee noticed strange markings on the walls, scratched symbols, numbers, and warnings. One read, "Do not sleep after dusk." Another, "They can hear you breathe." It became clear. The survivors were organized but terrified. They had seen what the fog could do. They had learned the hard way that being alive didn't mean being safe. Chapter 17, The Fog Descends. That night, the fog rolled into the village. It pressed against the barn walls like a living thing, whispering faintly, almost like hundreds of voices repeating the same name. Lee stayed awake, listening. Every few minutes she heard a wet scraping sound on the barn walls. Something moved outside, slow, deliberate, unhurried, yet fully aware. The survivors reinforced doors and windows, but the fog seemed to seep in regardless. The sound intensified. Groans, whimpers, the wet shuffle of claws or fingers on wood. Cole whispered to Lee, "They're testing us. They know we're here." A scream cut through the night. One of the guards had stepped outside, probably to investigate. Whatever was in the fog got him, dragged him into the darkness in a wet, muffled struggle. The barn fell silent. Then came the whispers again, louder, as if circling them inside. Lee realized with a sinking horror that the fog didn't just contain the infected. It was the infection, and it was hunting them. Chapter 18, The Escape Plan. Morning came gray and heavy. The fog had receded slightly, but the memory of the previous night lingered. Many of the survivors were too shaken to move. Lee and Cole checked the supplies and discovered a map of the region. One route led northeast, toward mountains that could provide shelter and higher ground. The fog seemed less dense there. "We have to go," Lee said. "If we stay, we're dead." The camp leaders agreed reluctantly. They had no choice. Only a small group could move quickly. Everyone else would likely be trapped. They packed weapons, food, and water. Lee checked the revolver, counting bullets carefully. Every step would matter. Every sound could draw the fog. As they left, Lee noticed the abandoned houses. Figures watched them from broken windows, some fully risen, some partially, eyes glinting white in the fog. The world beyond the village was no longer a city. It was a hunting ground. Chapter 19, The First Crossing. The survivors reached a narrow path that led to the base of the mountains. A river cut across their path, swollen with runoff from the storm. The bridge was gone, destroyed by the previous wave of chaos. Cole found a canoe, damaged but usable. "We can get across, but quietly. The fog is sensitive to sound." Lee took the lead. The river's current tugged at the canoe, making it nearly impossible to control. Every splash sounded like a gunshot to her ears. Halfway across, a figure appeared on the opposite bank, wet, shuffling gray. The fog behind it curled forward like a wave. Lee held her breath. The figure didn't move aggressively at first, but then it lifted a hand, clawed, pale, and pointed at them. The survivors paddled frantically. Behind them, the fog surged, rushing over the riverbanks like liquid. It hissed, whispered, screamed. They made it across, soaked and exhausted but alive. For the first time, Lee realized survival was not about fighting. It was about outrunning the infection. Chapter 20, The Mountains Ahead. The mountains loomed, jagged and foreboding. The survivors paused at the tree line, catching their breath. The fog was behind them now, creeping steadily, swallowing the village and river path whole. Occasionally, shapes appeared inside it, moving faster than humans should. They seemed aware, intelligent, hunting. Lee looked at Cole. "Do you think we'll make it?" He didn't answer. He was watching the fog, calculating, waiting. The survivors formed a line and began the ascent. Every step was tense. Branches snapped underfoot. Every noise could be fatal. Above, the sky was gray, heavy with the promise of rain. The wind carried faint groans and whispers. Lee's heart pounded. She realized the world had ended not with a bang, but with the slow, unrelenting spread of something smarter than herself. The mountains might offer safety, or they might simply delay the inevitable. And far behind them, the fog pulsed, alive, hungry, waiting. Chapter 21, The High Ground. The mountains were steeper than they imagined. Rocks shifted under their boots, roots tangled their feet, and the air grew thinner with every step. The fog was slower here, creeping along the valleys rather than climbing the slopes, but it had a presence. Lee felt it in her chest, a pressure, almost alive. Cole kept checking the tree line behind them. They're adapting. The slower ones their bait, the faster ones they're learning. Lee shivered. Learning what? Us, he said. Our movement, our patterns, if they ever surround a camp, his voice trailed off. They paused on a ridge. Below, the fog had swallowed the river path completely. Shapes swam in the mist, twisting unnaturally. Some moved on all fours, others stood upright, stalking like predators. Lee realized something terrifying. They weren't just walking corpses. They were hunting, thinking, testing, pushing survivors toward mistakes. Chapter 22, The Stranger. As night fell, Lee and Cole spotted a flicker of light through the trees. A small fire, another survivor. They approached cautiously. A man emerged, young, dirty, clutching a rifle and a lantern. "Who are you?" Cole demanded. The man's eyes darted nervously. "I've been surviving alone. I can help you if you don't mind my company." Lee studied him. He smelled of smoke and sweat like a predator in human skin. Still, they needed allies. "Name?" Lee asked. "Elias." For a while, they shared the fire, rationing food. Elias spoke of another survivor enclave farther north, fortified, hidden with supplies. But he warned, the fog doesn't just consume the weak, it tests the strong. Some didn't come back the same. Lee didn't ask what he meant. She already sensed it, the fog warped minds, infected not just bodies but thoughts. Chapter 23, The First Night Attack. The group camped in a small grove. Lee kept watch while Cole and Elias rested. The night was silent at first, almost peaceful. Then the whispers began. Soft at first, like leaves rustling, then louder, voices calling names, commands, pleas, threats. Lee gripped her revolver, trying to ignore it. Then a shadow moved in the corner of her eye, not human, not fully dead, faster than any infected they'd seen before. She fired, the shot cracking the night, but it was only a distraction. The fog began to swirl violently around the camp. Shapes emerged, dozens of them, faster, smarter, coordinated. Cole and Elias jumped to their feet. "Run!" Cole yelled. They fled into the trees. The forest became a maze of branches and roots. The fog pressed in, whispering, slithering like liquid. Lee realized something horrifying. The infected weren't just hunting bodies anymore. They were hunting minds, and the fog was their instrument. Chapter 24, The Broken Village. Dawn revealed the aftermath. Their small camp was destroyed, trees snapped, ground churned, leaves coated with blood and ash. The survivors from the night before, gone, not dead in place, vanished as if absorbed into the fog. Lee and Cole pressed on, moving cautiously. The fog thinned in the morning light, revealing an abandoned village. Houses burned, doors hanging open, but a small well remained intact. Cole knelt to check the water. Lee scanned the surroundings. Then she noticed something. Shadows moved unnaturally in the upper windows. Figures paused, then twitched toward her. "They're watching," she whispered. The realization hit her. Anywhere humans had lived, the infection had already been. Buildings weren't safe, nothing was safe. And somewhere in the village, she could hear the wet, dragging sounds of creatures moving beneath the floors. Chapter 25, The First True Hunt. By afternoon, Lee, Cole, and Elias approached a ridge overlooking the valley below. They spotted movement, dozens of infected, faster, stronger, and strangely coordinated. They weren't stumbling mindlessly. They were organized, swarming like predators around an unseen target. Elias whispered, "This isn't natural, something's guiding them." Lee shivered. The fog, it's not just the infection, it's controlling them. The group tried to sneak along the ridge, but the wind shifted. The fog rose from the valley like smoke from a furnace, curling, stretching, alive. Shapes surged forward, faster than they could react. Lee aimed, shooting anything that moved, but for every one they struck down, two more appeared. Cole grabbed her arm. "We have to move now." They ran down a side path, branches clawing at their faces. Behind them, the fog consumed the ridge. Groans, whispers, and wet thuds filled the air. By nightfall, they reached another mountain pass, exhausted and bleeding. Lee realized the horrifying truth. This apocalypse wasn't just about survival. It was about being hunted by a force that adapted, learned, and waited, always just out of reach, and far smarter than anything they'd faced so far. Chapter 26, The Valley of Silence. Lee, Cole, and Elias pressed into a steep valley, the fog far below now stretching across the mountains like a living carpet. It wasn't just mist anymore. It moved with purpose. Groans echoed through the treetops as twisted shapes emerged, packing in the fog like a hunting pack. "Look at them," Elias whispered, voice shaking. "They're organized." Lee peered through the binoculars she'd salvaged. Hundreds, maybe thousands of infected, moving in formation, surrounding villages, forests, and roads. Something about their movement was chilling, coordinated, almost intelligent. "Whatever did this," Cole said, "it's learning. Every step we take, it's studying us. It's adapting." They paused at a crumbling cabin on the ridge. It provided temporary shelter, but Lee noticed strange scratches along the walls. Symbols, numbers, and words etched into wood like warnings. "They know your fear, they use it." The three survivors shared the small cabin, keeping watch in shifts. The fog outside hissed and swirled, whispering names. Each time Lee closed her eyes, the voices haunted her. "Lee, run, we see you." By nightfall, the fog crept closer, pressing at the base of the cabin. The groans of the infected were distant but growing louder. Chapter 27, The Evolved Ones. Morning revealed horrifying signs. Tracks led into the valley, not just human or animal, but large, uneven shapes. Flesh and shadow combined. These creatures were faster, smarter, coordinated. Elias knelt to inspect a print. They're different. Bigger, stronger, evolved. Lee felt bile rise in her throat. Evolved how? Smarter. Yes, smarter. They think now. They hunt in patterns. They avoid traps. As they descended into the valley, they saw them. The evolved infected, moving in almost predatory formation. Their heads tilted unnaturally, limbs contorting as if experimenting with movement. Every few seconds, one would pause and glance directly at the survivors. Lee's stomach knotted. "They can see us," she whispered. "More than that," Cole said. "They're anticipating us." The valley became a gauntlet. Every step was carefully measured. Every sound drew attention. Shadows flickered. Shapes lunged from trees and underbrush. Survival was no longer about running. It was about outthinking creatures that learned as quickly as humans did. Chapter 28, The Survivor's Choice. The trio reached an abandoned farm on the far side of the valley. They found other survivors hiding inside. Families, lone hunters, a few soldiers. Exhaustion, fear, and desperation painted every face. Lee realized the moral dilemma. There were limited supplies. Not everyone could survive the journey north. They would have to choose who to bring forward. Elias, nervous and quiet, whispered, "We can't save everyone. If we linger, we all die." Lee looked at Cole. "We have to move now, tonight. Some of these people won't make it, but we can't carry them all." The decision tore at them. Families begged to be saved. Soldiers argued. A small child cried for its mother. Lee and Cole had to decide quickly. They prioritized those who could move fastest, leaving behind those too weak to escape the evolved infection and fog. As they left the farm, the fog rolled in, carrying whispers, moans, and the smell of blood. Lee's heart hammered. She realized this apocalypse demanded both survival and sacrifice, and sometimes one came at the cost of the other. Chapter 29, The Heart of the Fog. The survivors pressed forward into the dense fog. Visibility dropped to a few feet. Groans surrounded them from all directions. The evolved infected tested their path, using the terrain, splitting to flank, isolating stragglers. Lee's flashlight flickered. A shadow moved ahead, larger than human, limbs twisting unnaturally. It lunged at the group. Cole and Lee fought, shooting and striking as they ran. The evolved infected were almost intelligent, avoiding every trap, predicting movements, adapting. The fog itself seemed alive. Voices whispered threats, names, commands. Lee realized it wasn't just the infected hunting them. The fog was a weapon, a predator in its own right, amplifying fear, confusion, and despair. By nightfall, only a handful of survivors remained. Exhausted, bleeding, and terrified, Lee looked at the valley behind them. The fog had consumed everything: farms, villages, the river crossing. "It's endless," she said. "No," Cole replied grimly. "It's patient." Chapter 30, The Last Ascent. The survivors reached the final ridge before the supposed safe zone, a plateau high above the fog. They could see military helicopters in the distance, faint signals of hope. But the evolved infected weren't far behind. They had learned to climb. Shadows shifted along the slopes. Lee realized the truth. Survival might never mean safety. The infection adapted faster than humanity could run. They climbed desperately, every step slipping on mud and rocks. A scream rang out. Elia's overtaken. Lee froze, but Cole dragged her forward. The plateau was close, but the fog surged upward like a tide. Lee and Cole reached the top, collapsing onto the rocky ground. Helicopter blades cut through the mist, searchlights piercing the fog. "Come on," a voice shouted from above. Lee looked back. The valley below was alive with movement, the evolved infected writhing, climbing, pushing upward. They were surrounded, trapped between earth and sky. Cole grabbed her hand. "Jump," he shouted. Together they leapt toward the helicopter, the fog curling around them like hands. Lee felt a cold pressure, whispered words in her ear. "We see you, we always see you." The helicopter lifted off. Lee clutched the railing, exhausted and shaking. Below, the valley disappeared into the fog. The world they had known was gone. And high above, she realized a terrible truth. Humanity had not won. They had survived for now. But the infection, the fog, and the evolved ones would wait, patient, watching, learning. As the helicopter flew north, Lee closed her eyes. She understood the final horror. The apocalypse wasn't ending. It was only beginning. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The Butcher of Hollow Creek. Chapter 1. The Smell of Smoke and Blood. The old butcher shop sat at the edge of Hollow Creek, its windows always fogged with grease and its doorbell ringing like a dying chime. Locals called it Marrow's Meats, though no one had seen old Mr. Marrow in years. Only his apprentice, Eli Harper, remained. A quiet man with broad shoulders, deep-set eyes, and hands too steady for comfort. Every morning before dawn, the town awoke to the hum of the freezer compressors and the faint smell of burning wood. Eli was always there, chopping meat long before sunrise. His apron was never quite clean, and when asked about his supplier, he always smiled and said, "Fresh and local, always local." Few questioned it, until people began to disappear. Chapter 2. The Missing Girl. When little Clara Thompson went missing on her walk home from school, Hollow Creek changed overnight. Posters hung from every lamppost. Search parties combed the woods. Her red scarf was found near the creek, torn and stained with mud. But there was no body, no trace. The sheriff visited Eli's shop that evening. "Did you see anything strange yesterday?" he asked. Eli wiped his cleaver clean and shrugged. "Strange, not really. Just the usual customers, hunters stocking up before the season." The sheriff looked at the hanging slabs of meat behind him, too red, too clean. He tried not to imagine. "All right," he muttered. "Let us know if you hear anything." Eli watched him leave, then quietly locked the back door. In the cellar beneath the shop, the hum of a freezer grew louder. Inside, something small and pale lay wrapped in butcher paper. Chapter 3: Secrets Beneath the Floorboards. The basement was his sanctuary, a place where the walls were lined with hooks, saws, and stainless steel tables stained with memory. He had upgraded the freezer last winter, installing reinforced doors and a backup generator in case of power outages. In truth, the upgrades weren't for meat preservation. They were for containment. Every sole Eli harvested was methodically processed. Nothing went to waste. The skin was tanned and sold as exotic leather through anonymous buyers. The bones were ground into fertilizer for a local farm, and the meat, carefully labeled, vacuum-sealed, and displayed in the shop's glass counter, was sold to unsuspecting townsfolk. They said his cuts were the tenderest around. They were right. But sometimes, in the still of the night, Eli swore he could hear voices whispering from the freezer, a soft tapping from inside the metal walls, a muffled cry. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe it was something trying to get out. Chapter 4: The Traveler. One rainy afternoon, a stranger arrived in Hollow Creek. A woman with dark hair, a camera slung around her neck, and a determined look in her eyes. "Travel writer," she said, introducing herself to Eli. "Doing a piece on small-town businesses. I heard you make the best sausages in the county." Eli's lips curved into a smile. "That I do. Want a tour?" She followed him behind the counter, snapping pictures of the meat grinder, the hanging carcasses, the blood-slicked tiles. She seemed unfazed by the smell. "How long have you been working here?" she asked. "All my life," he replied. "Inherited the trade. My father was a butcher too." Her camera clicked again. "You ever think about leaving?" Eli paused, fingers tightening on the cleaver. "Some roots," he said, "run too deep to pull up." When she left, she promised to return for more photos. But Eli had seen the way she'd glanced at the trapdoor leading to the cellar. He knew she suspected something. That night, he sharpened his knives until the sound echoed like whispers. Chapter 5: The Sound of Knives. Eli couldn't sleep. The rain hammered against the tin roof and the wind moaned like something lost. Downstairs, the compressor clicked off, and for a moment, silence filled the air. Then came the tapping, slow, rhythmic. He rose, bare feet on cold floorboards, and followed the sound to the basement. The air was colder than usual, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. He approached the freezer door. Tap, tap, tap. He hesitated, breath fogging in the chill. "Clara," he whispered, though he didn't know why. The tapping stopped. Then came a whisper, faint and brittle as frost. "We're still here." The lights went out. The only thing left was the sound of his own heartbeat and the creak of a freezer door slowly opening by itself. Chapter 6: The Woman Who Wouldn't Leave. The woman's name was Rachel Dane. She checked into the Hollow Creek Motel that evening, the kind of roadside place where the air smelled of bleach and cigarette smoke. The rain still fell in sheets, tapping the windows like fingernails. She replayed her conversation with Eli in her head while scrolling through the photos she'd taken earlier that day. Most of them were harmless, cutting boards, butcher blocks, cured meats hanging from hooks. But one photo made her pause. Behind Eli, in the corner of the frame, something glistened near the trapdoor, a dark handprint smeared across the wood. Fresh, wet. Rachel zoomed in, her stomach tightening. It wasn't blood from an animal. She had seen that color before during her years as a crime reporter in Detroit. It was too dark, too human. She lit a cigarette and stared through the rain. There was something wrong with that man. Something horribly wrong. Chapter 7: The Hollow Creek Murders. Eli Harper hadn't always been a butcher. Once long ago, he'd been a boy raised behind the same blood-stained counter by his father, Abel Harper, a man whose cruelty was spoken of in whispers. Abel was known for his temper, his knife work, and his belief that meat is meat, no matter the beast. Eli remembered the day his mother vanished. He was 10. The sheriff said she'd left town, but Eli knew better. He'd seen the blood trail down the cellar steps, the torn fabric caught on a nail, and the smell that never went away. When Abel died 5 years later, found hanging from a meat hook with his own cleaver buried in his chest, the town pitied the boy. They said he'd been through enough. They gave him the shop, told him to carry on his father's legacy. And he did. But some legacies shouldn't live on. Chapter 8: The Night Watch. Rachel returned the next day under the guise of finishing her article. She smiled politely, asked for quotes, and took more pictures, but she wasn't there for that. She wanted to see what was behind that trapdoor. "Mind if I get a few shots from the back?" she asked. Eli hesitated. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded. "Stay out of the cellar, it's unsafe, old wiring." She pretended to agree, waited until he went upstairs to answer the ringing phone. Then she slipped through the back hallway, camera ready. The trapdoor handle was slick, greasy. She pulled and the hinges moaned open. A wave of cold air hit her, thick with the scent of rot and copper. She clicked on her flashlight and descended the wooden steps. The walls were lined with meat hooks. Rusty chains hung from the ceiling. In the corner stood a freezer taller than she was, humming softly. Rachel's camera flashed once, twice, each flash revealing more horror. Barrels filled with something that looked like soup bones, a table with restraints, a saw stained brown. Then the freezer door creaked open. Inside, wrapped in white paper, was a body, still wearing a red scarf. Rachel's scream caught in her throat. She stumbled backward and knocked over a jar. It shattered, spilling a grayish liquid that smelled like death. Footsteps above. Eli had heard. Chapter 9: The Cellar Door Closes. Eli's voice echoed down the stairs, low and calm. "Miss Dane, you're not supposed to be down there." Rachel froze, flashlight trembling in her hand. "You killed her," she whispered. He descended slowly, step by step, the cleaver gleaming in his hand. "Killed who?" he said softly. "I think you're confused. That's just old stock, not for sale." "You're insane," she hissed. "I'm calling the police." Eli smiled almost sadly. "You can't. Phones don't work down here, thick walls." He took another step. Rachel bolted. She ran past him, clawing at the stairs, her foot slipping on the blood-slick step. He lunged, catching her jacket, ripping the fabric, but she tore free, bursting through the trapdoor and slamming it shut behind her. She sprinted into the street, barefoot, gasping for air, and didn't stop until she reached the sheriff's office. Chapter 10: The Sheriff's Visit. Sheriff Cole had known Eli since he was a kid. Quiet, polite, the kind of man who nodded at church and fixed his own fence. When Rachel burst into his office, shaking and covered in blood, he didn't know what to think. "He's got bodies down there," she shouted. "You have to see it." Cole sighed. "Ma'am, I've known Eli my whole life. If you're accusing him of murder, you'd better have proof." I have photos." But when she opened her camera, the screen was blank. Every photo from the cellar was gone, corrupted. Cole frowned, confused. "All right," he said finally. "Let's go have a look." They drove to Marrow's Meats as dusk fell. The shop was dark. The open sign flickered faintly in the window. Eli met them at the door, wiping his hands on a towel. "Evening, Sheriff. Something wrong." Rachel pointed at the trapdoor. There, check it. Eli raised a brow. "Cellar's empty, Sheriff. You can look if you want." And so they did. The sheriff lifted the trapdoor and descended the stairs, Rachel close behind. The air smelled clean, too clean. The hooks were polished, the floor freshly washed. The freezer was empty. Cole shook his head. "Nothing here but meat, Miss Dane." Rachel's voice broke. "He cleaned it up." Eli smiled faintly. "You must have seen something else. The mind plays tricks in dark places." When they left, she looked back one last time. Eli was watching her through the glass window, his face expressionless. And in the reflection behind him, she saw a hand press against the freezer door, pale, lifeless. Chapter 11: The Town That Looked Away. After the sheriff's visit, Hollow Creek settled back into its uneasy quiet. Rain fell for 3 days straight, washing the streets clean, or so it seemed. But Rachel couldn't forget what she'd seen, or what she hadn't. Every night she dreamed of the cellar, the hooks swaying gently in the dark. Every morning she woke to the phantom smell of iron and smoke. She tried showing her corrupted photos to anyone who'd listen. The motel clerk, the diner waitress, even the priest, but no one believed her. "That butcher's been feedin' this town for years," said old Mrs. Carlyle at the diner counter. "You don't bite the hand that feeds, honey." Rachel realized something they all knew. Maybe not the full truth, but enough to stay silent. When people went missing in Hollow Creek, no one asked questions. They whispered, they grieved quietly, and then they bought their Sunday roast like nothing ever happened. Chapter 12: The Taste of Loyalty. Business boomed at Marrow's Meats that week. Hunters came in for sausage, families bought roasts, and even the sheriff stopped by for his usual order, 2 pounds of special cut. Eli stood behind the counter, calm as ever. The blood under his nails never washed off completely, but no one seemed to notice. They liked him, trusted him. When Sheriff Cole walked in, Eli greeted him warmly. "Evening, Sheriff. Got your order ready." Cole nodded, avoiding his gaze. He'd spent all morning convincing himself that Rachel Dane was mistaken, that grief and imagination could twist any scene into horror. But as Eli handed him the wrapped parcel, something heavy settled in Cole's chest. "Everything all right, Eli?" he asked. Eli's smile didn't reach his eyes. Just another day in paradise. When Cole drove home that night, he unwrapped the meat and froze. It wasn't like the usual cuts, too pale, too soft. He thought of Rachel's trembling voice, of the handprint on the freezer. He almost turned the package in for testing. Almost. But his wife called from the kitchen, asking what he'd brought home for dinner. And he said nothing. Chapter 13: The Collection. Down in the basement, behind the false wall no one ever found, Eli kept what he called his collection. It was his true art. Every piece preserved in brine-filled jars. A lock of hair, a tooth, an eye still faintly blue, drifting in the glass. He arranged them neatly by year, labeling each with a name only he remembered. "Never waste the good parts," his father used to say. He spoke to them sometimes, these relics of his craft. They listened, or he liked to think they did. When the shop was silent and the power hummed low, he could hear them whispering, soft murmurs rising from the jars. But tonight, their voices sounded different. Angrier. "You can't keep us," they hissed in his mind. "You can't bury what you are." He gripped his cleaver tighter. "You're not real," he whispered. The jars trembled on their shelves. One cracked. A thin stream of dark fluid trickled down, and the air turned cold. Chapter 14: The Evidence. Rachel couldn't leave town. Every time she packed her things, the road out of Hollow Creek flooded or her car refused to start. The motel manager said it was the weather. Rachel thought it was something else. She spent her days watching the shop from the diner across the street. Eli always worked alone, door locked from the inside. Deliveries came at night, unmarked vans, no drivers she recognized. One afternoon, she saw him haul a tarp-wrapped bundle from the van into the cellar. She raised her camera and snapped a single photo through the rain-slick glass. This time it saved. She rushed to the sheriff with proof. Cole took one look and went pale. "That could be anything," he muttered. "A deer, maybe." "No deer bleeds that color," she said. "Look at the outline, it's human." Cole looked torn. His hand hovered near his radio, then dropped. "If I go in there and find nothing again, it's my badge." "Then go after hours," she pressed. "When he's not there, you owe those people that much." He didn't answer, but that night, long after the shop's lights went out, Sheriff Cole parked a mile down the road, flashlight in hand, and made his way toward Merrow's Meats. Chapter 15: The Cold Room. The back door was unlocked. Cole slipped inside quietly, his heart pounding in his ears. The shop smelled stronger at night, thick with decay masked by bleach. He followed the faint hum of the freezer toward the trapdoor. The cellar creaked under his boots. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, landing on something metallic, the big freezer, its handle glinting wet. He hesitated, then pulled it open. Inside were slabs of meat, each wrapped and labeled, names written in tidy cursive: M. Garrison, E. Webb, C. Thompson. Cole's knees nearly gave out. Clara Thompson, the missing girl. He stumbled backward, bile rising in his throat. That's when he saw movement in the corner, a figure strapped to a table, eyes barely open, lips trembling, still alive. "Help!" Cole lunged forward, trying to unbuckle the straps, but the sound of the trapdoor slamming above made him freeze. Eli stood at the top of the stairs, cleaver in hand, his voice eerily calm. "I told you, Sheriff," he said softly, "some roots shouldn't be dug up." Cole drew his gun, shouting for him to stop, but Eli moved faster than any man his size should. The cleaver flashed once, and the light died with it. The next morning, the butcher shop opened as usual. A fresh sign hung in the window. "New cuts available, locally sourced." Chapter 16: The Silence in the Station. 3 days passed before anyone noticed Sheriff Cole was missing. His patrol car sat by the river, door open, keys still in the ignition. The official word was that he'd slipped on the wet bank and drowned, but Rachel didn't believe that for a second. She waited outside the butcher shop, hidden behind the fogged windows of the diner. Eli worked like nothing had happened, smiling, humming, his apron freshly washed. When she finally gathered the courage to confront the deputies, they waved her off. "We already searched his shop," one said. "Just meat down there, real clean." Too clean, Rachel thought. That night she drove out to the sheriff's house. His wife met her at the door, eyes red, voice hollow. Rachel asked if she could see the evidence bag, anything recovered from his car. The woman hesitated, then handed her a single item, a blood-smeared piece of butcher paper, folded neatly and sealed in plastic. On the inside, written in faded pen, were 2 words: "Forgive me." The signature was unmistakable: Eli Harper. Chapter 17: The Festival of Meat. Every autumn, Hollow Creek held its harvest feast, a town tradition older than memory. Long tables, lanterns, laughter. Eli was always the main supplier. This year, his contribution was special. Flyers read, "Come taste the best Hollow Creek has to offer. Fresh, tender, unforgettable." Rachel watched from the crowd as people ate. The air was thick with the smell of smoked meat and cider. Children laughed. The mayor toasted Eli's generosity. She couldn't eat. The sound of chewing made her stomach twist. And then, as the crowd thinned, she slipped behind the serving tables and peeked inside the coolers. There were no animal tags, only initials written on masking tape. One label froze her blood: CC. Cole. Her hands trembled as she took photos. But when she looked up, Eli was standing at the other end of the table watching her. He didn't move. He just smiled, the knife glinting under the lantern light. Rachel ran. Chapter 18. The Man in the Mirror. Back at her motel, she locked the door and checked the photos. All intact this time. No corruption, no blur. Proof. She finally had proof. She called every news contact she had left. No one answered. She sent emails, attached photos, begged for someone to listen. Hours passed. No reply. At midnight, she caught her reflection in the mirror and froze. Behind her, for a split second, she swore she saw a figure, a tall shadow, cleaver in hand. She spun around. Nothing. But on the dresser, she noticed something that hadn't been there before. A neatly wrapped package. White butcher paper. No return address. Her fingers shook as she unwrapped it. Inside was a piece of raw meat, and underneath a Polaroid. It was her, taken from across the street, through the diner window. Written on the back in red ink. Fresh and local. She dropped it and backed away, heart hammering. The motel lights flickered once, twice, then went out. Somewhere outside, a door creaked open. Chapter 19. The Descent. Rachel didn't sleep. At dawn, she made her choice. If no one would believe her, she'd get the proof herself. She drove to Marrow's Meats with nothing but a flashlight, a crowbar, and a camera. The shop was closed, but the back window was unlocked, like he'd been expecting her. The cellar smelled worse than before. The bleach couldn't hide it anymore. The air was thick, humid, clinging to her skin. She moved slowly, light trembling in her hand. The freezer was sealed with a heavy padlock. She pried it open. Inside, bags, dozens of them, labeled with initials, dates, sometimes just numbers. She opened one. Inside was a human arm, the skin pale and waterlogged, a wedding ring still on the finger. Rachel gagged. Her scream echoed in the dark. Then she saw the walls, carved with dozens of names. Some she recognized from missing posters, some she didn't. And beneath the carvings, words etched deep in metal. Marrow to marrow, blood to blood. Suddenly, a whisper drifted behind her. Always snoopin', Miss Dane. Eli stood in the doorway, eyes wide with calm madness, cleaver gleaming in the low light. You shouldn't have come here alone. Chapter 20. The Bloodletting. Rachel ran. The cellar erupted in chaos, the clang of metal, the echo of her footsteps on the slick floor. Eli followed without hurry, his voice rising over the sound of her panic. You wanted to see where it all comes from. Here it is, he shouted. This town lives because of me, because I feed them. She swung the crowbar, striking his arm, but he barely flinched. Blood ran down his sleeve, but his smile never faltered. You can't kill me, he hissed. You starve them all. Rachel scrambled toward the stairs, but he caught her leg, dragging her down. She kicked, screaming, clawing at his face. The flashlight shattered, plunging the room into darkness. They struggled in the dark, the sound of breath, the scrape of steel. Then came a sharp cry, a thud, and silence. When the morning light finally broke through the cellar window, the floor was smeared with blood. The freezer door hung open, its contents spilling across the ground. But neither of them were there. Only the faint hum of the compressor, and a single new label on the counter upstairs. R. Dane. Chapter 21. The Quiet After the Feast. For the first time in years, Hollow Creek felt quiet, too quiet. The morning after Rachel's disappearance, the fog refused to lift. The sun rose pale and sickly over the town, and a cold wind carried the faint scent of smoke and meat. Eli cleaned the shop meticulously, humming softly as he worked. He mopped until the floor gleamed, scrubbed the knives until they shone, and polished the display case with shaking hands. But something was different now. The silence inside Marrow's Meats no longer felt peaceful. It felt heavy. The hum of the freezer seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. When he glanced at the glass door, he saw his reflection smiling back at him. Only his reflection didn't stop smiling when he did. That night he dreamed of the cellar filled with whispering voices. Only one voice spoke louder than the rest. Rachel. You can't bury hunger, Eli. Not yours, not theirs. He woke in a cold sweat, the sound of the freezer still humming through the floorboards. Chapter 22. The town begins to rot. The townsfolk noticed the change, though none would say it out loud. The meat didn't taste right anymore. The flavor had turned bitter, metallic. Some customers grew sick. A few claimed to hear faint whispers when they walked past the butcher's window, words they couldn't make out but felt deep in their bones. At night, dogs barked and refused to go near the shop. Flies gathered in swarms even when the windows were closed. Mrs. Carlyle, who had eaten Eli's sausage every Sunday for 20 years, was the first to die. Her husband found her at the table, her mouth full, her eyes open wide in terror. When the doctor examined her, he found something lodged in her throat, a sliver of metal shaped like the corner of a camera lens. Rachel's camera. Chapter 23. The thing in the freezer. Eli tried to ignore the smell. No matter how much bleach he used, it lingered. He kept the cellar sealed now, claiming he'd stopped using it for storage. But the sound from below never stopped, the thump, the faint scraping, the whispering that grew louder each night. He told himself it was the compressor, the pipes, the wind. But one night, when he went down with a lantern, he saw condensation on the freezer door, handprints from the inside. He reached out, trembling, and wiped the frost away. Beneath the layer of ice, a pale face stared back, eyes open, lips moving soundlessly. Rachel. The glass cracked under his hand. He stumbled back, gasping. The hum deepened, the lights flickered, and every freezer door in the room began to rattle violently. "You said nothing goes to waste," her voice hissed through the air. "So why did you leave me?" He fled upstairs, slammed the door, and bolted it shut. But the humming followed him into his dreams, into his waking hours, until even the walls seemed to vibrate with her voice. Chapter 24. Hollow Creek unravels. By winter, Hollow Creek was unraveling. People kept disappearing. The town council blamed the storms, the wildlife, the highway traffic, but others whispered that the butcher's meat was cursed. Children saw figures in the fog, shapes that looked like the missing townsfolk, pale and dripping, wandering toward the butcher's shop. At night, lights flickered inside even when it was closed. One night, a group of teenagers dared each other to break in. They found the shop empty, the floor cold and slick. In the cellar, they found rows of open freezers, all empty except for one. Inside, hung on a single hook, was the sheriff's badge. When they turned to leave, they realized the stairs were gone. Only the freezer doors remained, swinging gently. None of them were seen again. Chapter 25. The Butcher's Mirror. Eli stopped serving customers after that. He boarded the windows, nailed the doors shut, and slept behind the counter with his cleaver beside him. The town starved, but no one dared come close. Hollow Creek became a ghost town, quiet, gray, and empty. He spent his days talking to the mirror behind the counter, whispering to the reflection that no longer matched him. Sometimes it grinned when he didn't. Sometimes it spoke first. "You've done well," it said in a voice that wasn't his own. "They all fed the town. Now it's your turn." He tried to smash the mirror, but the reflection stayed, floating faintly in the shards like oil on water. Downstairs, the freezer door opened on its own. A cold draft rolled up the stairs, carrying the faint sound of Rachel's voice. Fresh and local. The lights went out. Chapter 26. The snow that would melt. Winter came early. The first snow fell thick and gray, but it didn't melt. It clung to the ground like ash, coating the roofs and streets in silence. No one had seen Eli Harper in weeks. The doors of Marrow's Meats were boarded shut, and a frost-covered sign still swung in the wind. Closed for cleaning. The townsfolk said the cold was unnatural, that even fires refused to burn right. When the pastor tried to hold Sunday service, his voice echoed strangely inside the chapel, as though the walls were repeating his words in whispers. At night, smoke curled from the butcher's chimney again. Those who lived closest said they heard faint chopping from inside, and sometimes a woman humming beneath it. Chapter 27, Echoes Under the Ice. The river froze solid that winter, clear enough to see through. Beneath the ice, shapes moved, slow human shapes, as if walking in a dream. Children swore they saw faces looking up from below, eyes open, mouths moving soundlessly. The mayor dismissed it as superstition, but when he went to the river to prove it himself, he didn't come back. By morning, his coat hung on the butcher's signpost. No footprints in the snow. No blood. Just the faint impression of bare feet leading toward the shop's cellar doors. People stopped speaking after that. They passed each other in silence, heads lowered. The town that once whispered now dared not make a sound. Chapter 28, The House of Mirrors. Inside Marrow's Meats, Eli wandered the dark like a ghost in his own skin. He hadn't eaten in days. He no longer knew if he was awake or dreaming. The voices had become constant, their whispers threading through every hum of the freezer, every creak of the floorboards. He lit candles along the walls, but they burned with blue flames, casting long shadows that moved when he didn't. Every mirror in the shop now reflected something different, not his face, but the faces of those he'd silenced. Their eyes followed him, lips moving in unison. "You said nothing goes to waste," they whispered. "So now you belong to us." Eli fell to his knees. "I did it for them," he shouted into the dark. "They wanted it, they needed it." And for the first time the reflection smiled, not cruelly but with pity. "So did you." The glass shattered, but the reflection stayed. Chapter 29, The Hunger Returns. The curse spread. Hollow Creek's crops failed. The livestock died one by one. The air itself began to smell faintly of iron and smoke. Desperate people broke into the butcher's shop, searching for food, for answers, for something they could still believe in. But when they entered, the building seemed larger inside than out, a maze of endless halls, each lined with empty display cases. Their own reflections followed them in the glass, whispering in voices not their own. Some said they found Eli in the back room, standing behind the counter, apron clean, eyes hollow. He greeted them politely and offered them a seat. Others said the shop was empty, only a single note left on the counter. "You fed on silence. Now the silence feeds on you." By spring, no one left Hollow Creek, not because they couldn't, but because the roads always led them back. Chapter 30, The Last Market. Years passed. The mapmakers stopped including Hollow Creek. Travelers who stumbled upon it said it was like a dream you couldn't remember clearly once you left. The houses stood, roofs sagging, windows fogged. The church bells still rang, but no one came. And always at the edge of town, the old butcher shop waited. Its sign, worn but legible, swung gently in the wind. Inside, the counters gleamed. The air was cold but not unpleasant. A man, tall, calm, steady, stood behind the glass case. When travelers came in, he smiled kindly. "Fresh and local," he'd say, "always local." And if you looked closely at the photographs on the wall, black and white portraits of customers long gone, you'd swear one of them was watching you. The next morning, the travelers would leave, unsettled but unsure why. The shop would still be there in the fog, smoke curling from its chimney, the smell of wood and meat hanging heavy in the air. And beneath the frozen ground of Hollow Creek, the town would whisper softly to itself, a low, endless hum like a freezer that never shuts off. The end. Bad nightfall, the bad apocalypse. Chapter 1, The First Screech. It began on a night like any other. In the small town of Dry Hollow, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, leaving the streets empty but quiet. The first warning came as a distant screech, faint at first, almost playful. Dogs barked, cats ran into the alleys, and the wind carried the sound up the hills. By midnight, the screeching had grown into a chorus. Shadows moved across the walls, flickering as streetlights blinked. People peered out their windows and saw clouds of small, black shapes twisting and writhing overhead. The first reports to the authorities were vague. Thousands of bats, the operator said. They're aggressive, maybe migrating early. No one yet understood the scale. Chapter 2: Panic in the Streets. By morning, the town was in chaos. Cars sat abandoned, doors left swinging. The birds had vanished entirely. Farmers reported their livestock missing. Windows shattered with the sound of flapping wings. Emergency broadcasts urged calm, but no one listened. People barricaded themselves inside their homes, drawing curtains tight and unplugging anything that made noise. The survivors were not heroes yet. They were frightened. Children trembled in closets. Parents whispered prayers they didn't believe. The screeching never stopped, a constant wave of sound that pressed against the mind like water against a dam. In the town square, a small group huddled together, a teacher, a mechanic, and a nurse. Their eyes followed the sky, black with the swirl of bats. "We can't stay out there," said the nurse. They're hunting." The mechanic tightened his grip on a crowbar. "Then we stay in. That's all we can do." Chapter 3: Darkness Falls Twice. By the second night, the sun seemed smaller. The swarm had grown, blotting out stars, and even the moon disappeared behind the dense winged cloud. Electricity faltered under the sheer mass above. Streetlights blinked off. Homes without backup power went dark. People huddled in basements and attics. The survivors learned quickly. Sound was a beacon. The faintest creak could attract the swarm. Those who tried to leave town vanished. No footprints remained. Windows left open too long became traps. In one basement, the teacher whispered to the others, "We're not the hunted, we're the bait." And in the distance, from the dark hills, the screeches shifted, almost intelligent. The bats weren't just surviving, they were organizing. Chapter 4: The First Shelter. A local warehouse became the first real refuge. Its thick concrete walls and narrow windows made it less appealing to the swarm. The survivors brought mattresses, food, and water, and blocked the doors with whatever they could find. The group swelled as neighbors, friends, and frightened strangers fled to the warehouse. Everyone had seen it. The bats weren't just feeding, they were driving humans from the streets. Inside, fear mixed with determination. They rationed water and food, kept lights low, and whispered plans. The mechanic said, "We can't just wait, we need a plan." The nurse shook her head. "We survive until dawn, that's the plan, one night at a time." Outside, the screeches pulsed like a heartbeat, relentless, endless. Chapter 5: Silence is Survival. The survivors learned the first rule: stay silent. Any noise, any alarm, any radio, any shout drew the swarm. Communication became gestures and whispers. Even a cough could be dangerous. They turned off all lights and huddled in the dark. Children were taught to breathe slowly, to imagine the bats as shadows they could ignore. Adults rotated shifts to keep watch, eyes scanning the warehouse windows for the swirl of wings. By the fifth night, the swarm's intelligence was undeniable. They coordinated their attacks on weaker structures, circling like a storm before striking. Dry Hollow was no longer a town. It was a nest for fear, a testing ground for survival. The survivors were no longer people. They were prey, learning to move like ghosts in their own homes. And the bats were everywhere. Chapter 6: Foraging in the Dark. The survivors quickly learned that staying indoors was not enough. Supplies were running low. Water tanks dwindled. Food stores meant for a week had been stretched to 2. A small team, led by the mechanic and the teacher, ventured out at night, cloaked in darkness. Every sound had to be measured. A whispered direction, the soft padding of boots over debris. One mistake could alert the swarm. The streets were surreal. Cars overturned. Streetlights dark. The wind carried 1,000 wings, a living storm that hid in the shadows. The buildings looked alien, broken in strange ways, their glass panes shattered, their roofs dented from massed impacts. When they returned with cans of food and bottled water, the group discovered that survival came with a cost. Some hadn't seen the faces of those they left behind. They didn't return. The warehouse grew quiet after each trip. No one spoke about the missing. It was too dangerous, too depressing. Instead, they learned a lesson. Sound was a death sentence. Chapter 7. The warehouse becomes a fortress. The warehouse, once just a shelter, became a fortress. Boards nailed over windows, sandbags along the doors. They dug small escape tunnels, hidden in shadows, just in case the swarm found a way in. Fear drove innovation. They learned to communicate with flashlights in coded bursts, to use vibration alarms rather than noise-making devices. Even laughter was forbidden. The nurse organized medical supplies and taught first aid for minor injuries. The teacher kept children occupied with whispered stories and hand-drawn maps. Every person had a role. Failure to comply was dangerous. And outside, the bats swirled. They were no longer aimless creatures. They moved with purpose, testing the perimeter, learning patterns, herding humans into panic. By the 7th night, the survivors realized the bats weren't just hunting, they were herding. Chapter 8. The First Encounter. The mechanic volunteered to scout a nearby pharmacy a few blocks away. The rest stayed behind, hearts pounding, listening for any sound. The streets were silent, too silent. The usual flapping and shrieking were gone. A sense of intelligence hung in the air. He crouched behind a broken wall, peering into the darkened street. Suddenly, a shadow passed, a human-sized figure moving strangely, crawling, flapping. He froze. The swarm above parted in patterns, and he realized with horror that the bats were guiding something toward him. He fled, sprinting silently, using walls for cover. Every alley he passed had the faint sound of movement behind him, tiny wings brushing against walls, the soft squeak of claws. When he returned to the warehouse, he was pale and shaking. "They're not just hunting," he whispered. "They're practicing, organizing." From that night, the survivors no longer risked more than brief forays. They were learning to live like shadows, completely in the dark. Chapter 9. The Swarm's Intelligence. By the 10th night, the survivors had documented patterns. The swarm avoided open streets at first light, retreating into forests, hills, and abandoned buildings. They attacked the weak points in structures, circling in choreographed flurries that suggested planning. The teacher sketched flight patterns, the mechanic reinforced barricades based on them, but nothing seemed foolproof. The bats had learned to exploit noise. Wind chimes, dripping water, even coughing. Every sound became a signal, and humans could only whisper or gesture. One survivor tried to leave for a family cabin outside town. They never returned. From their small radio, static sometimes carried faint, coordinated screeches, like the swarm had intercepted a signal. It became terrifyingly clear. These were no ordinary bats. They were intelligent predators, learning fast, adapting, and hunting not for food alone, but for domination. Chapter 10. Nightmares Outside. Even inside the warehouse, the survivors were haunted. Children had begun speaking of the shadow bats that crept under doors. Adults dreamed of vast black clouds, suffocating skis, impossible wingspans. The nurse noticed subtle signs: panic-induced rashes, weight loss, and insomnia. People were slowly unraveling. Morale fell and arguments began. Every decision, when to move, where to forage, who went outside, became life-or-death stakes. Then came the first night. The warehouse itself seemed unsafe. A single window was left partially unboarded. From the darkness, hundreds of small shapes slipped through, brushing the wall silently. The survivors barely noticed until one of the children screamed. By reflex, the adults reacted with shouts. The screeching erupted. The swarm had learned to trigger fear, and for the first time, the survivors realized they were being hunted not just by claws and teeth, but by their own panic. By dawn, the warehouse walls were scratched, dented, and the floor littered with signs of intrusion. The survivors huddled together, breathing heavily, realizing that tonight had been a warning. There was no safety left in Dry Hollow. Chapter 11. Leaving the warehouse. By the 11th night, supplies were critically low. The survivors realized they could no longer wait for the swarm to leave. They had to move. The mechanic and teacher drew up a plan. Travel during the early hours of dawn, when the bats typically retreated to roosts, and stick to narrow alleys and covered streets. Each survivor carried minimal light, and all were instructed to move silently. When the first light of dawn tinted the horizon, they stepped out. The streets were eerily still, littered with debris from abandoned homes and stores. A few birds had returned, but their nervous chirps were quickly silenced by the low, rolling murmur of distant wings. Every shadow felt alive. Every alley seemed to hide movement. The group learned quickly that the bats had extended their hunting territory. The swarm wasn't just in the sky anymore. It was on the ground, watching, waiting, coordinating. By midday, they reached the edge of the main street. A lone car, its windshield shattered, held a note scratched into the metal. "No one leaves, not alive." The survivors didn't argue. They moved faster. Chapter 12. The Forsaken Mall. Their destination was the old Dry Hollow Mall. Once a bustling center of commerce, it now stood deserted, windows dark, a cavernous echo of humanity's past. Inside, the group discovered signs that others had been there before them: makeshift barricades, empty cans of food, faint footprints leading nowhere. But the mall had not been abandoned peacefully. Scratches covered walls and doors. Deep gouges in the floor suggested something larger than human had passed through. As night fell, the swarm approached. The bats weren't attacking outright yet. They circled above, testing the building, diving for shadows and sounds. The survivors learned a chilling truth. Any movement, any noise, even breathing too loudly could draw the swarm inside. They huddled in the center of the mall, whispering, eyes wide, hearts pounding. And then in the dim light of the food court, they saw it. Hundreds of bats huddled in the rafters, motionless like statues, watching, waiting. Chapter 13. Signs of civilization lost. As the survivors moved deeper into the mall, they encountered disturbing evidence of the world outside. Supermarket shelves were overturned, windows shattered. Graffiti covered the walls, messages like "They hear everything and silence is survival." In a small shop, they found a journal from another survivor group. Its pages were filled with paranoia. They're learning. They understand the patterns of light and sound. If we make noise, they hunt us in waves. I don't know how long we can last. The journal ended mid-sentence. The group understood immediately. The writer had not survived. The mechanic looked out a cracked skylight and gasped. The city beyond Dry Hollow was under a black cloud of bats. Entire neighborhoods were enveloped, moving like a living storm, stretching for miles. The scale of the apocalypse was terrifying. "We're not alone," whispered the teacher. "No," said the nurse grimly, "and there's nothing left out there but the swarm." Chapter 14. Crossing the bridge. The survivors had to cross the old highway bridge to reach a rumored safe zone on the other side of town. It was the longest stretch of open ground they faced. Every step was calculated. They crawled under vehicles, ducked behind abandoned walls, and used the shadows as cover. Halfway across, a sudden flurry of wings erupted from beneath the bridge. The bats had been roosting, waiting. The survivors froze, breathing shallow, every muscle tense. The swarm swooped in careful arcs, testing, gauging. The mechanic led them across in perfect silence, a heartbeat away from disaster. When they reached the other side, they looked back. Dry Hollow was no longer a town. It was a living nest, black clouds stretching endlessly, the air trembling with sound. For the first time, they realized this was not just an outbreak, it was a takeover. Chapter 15, The Safe Zone or the Trap. The survivors reached the supposed safe zone, a small community fenced and barricaded with lights low and sounds muted. Others had made it here, and there was a fragile sense of relief. But the sanctuary felt off, too quiet, too perfect. The residents eyed the newcomers warily, whispering among themselves. No one made a sound except when absolutely necessary. At night, the survivors heard scratching at the perimeter fence. Not violent, yet but deliberate. The swarm had followed them. Outside, the low hum of thousands of wings was constant, omnipresent. The group realized something horrifying. Even here, they were not safe. The bats weren't just predators, they were strategists. They were learning, they were planning. By the 15th night, the survivors understood the truth. Humanity had been reduced to shadows, whispers, and hiding. The world belonged to the swarm now. Chapter 16, Learning the Enemy. By night 16, the survivors had settled into grim routines. Every movement, every word, every sound had to be measured. The nurse suggested keeping a log of bat activity. They began charting flight patterns, feeding times, and behavioral quirks. The swarm seemed to adapt. If humans moved in one pattern, the bats anticipated it the next night. The teacher whispered, "They're not just animals. They're learning, teaching each other." The mechanic theorized something worse. They're coordinating, they know strategy, they're thinking. Outside, the air was alive with their movement. Every flap of wings, every high-pitched screech seemed purposeful. The survivors began sleeping in shifts, their nights haunted by dreams of flocks circling impossibly fast, clouds moving like waves, pressing down on the land. Chapter 17, The First Outside Expedition. The safe zone supplies were dwindling. The survivors decided to risk a scavenging trip to a nearby hospital, hopping to find food, medical supplies, and perhaps something to understand the bats. The journey was treacherous. They moved in silence, sticking close to walls and shadows. Every street corner seemed to hide movement, sometimes the flapping wings overhead, sometimes a roosting cluster waiting for them to misstep. Inside the hospital, evidence of desperation lay everywhere. Food was rotted, medicine scattered, warning messages scratched onto walls. Do not make noise. They hear everything, they wait. In one room, they discovered the skeletal remains of humans huddled together, stripped of flesh, almost unnaturally clean. The survivors realized the bats were not attacking mindlessly. They were methodical, removing all who made mistakes. That night, they returned to the safe zone, their minds heavier with the truth. The swarm had turned the world into an intelligent predator's playground. Chapter 18, Whispers in the Dark. By night 18, paranoia had set in. Every creak, every gust of wind, every shadowed corner felt like a trap. The survivors began whispering rumors. Other humans out there had been driven mad by the swarm, running in circles until they vanished. Children spoke of bats entering their dreams, hovering over them even in the darkness of the safe zone. Adults tried to rationalize it, but sleep deprivation and constant fear were taking a toll. The swarm had evolved tactics. Lights set outside for security drew coordinated waves of attack. Shouts from careless survivors could summon entire clouds from the hills. The bats weren't just hunters. They were manipulative, psychological predators, learning to terrorize without touching anyone. They're using fear, the mechanic said, voice trembling. They don't have to kill us, just scare us, break us. And the survivors realized he was right. Fear had become as deadly as claws. Chapter 19, The Collapse of Order. Tension inside the safe zone escalated. Groups argued about strategy, food distribution, and the constant surveillance. Some wanted to leave, believing they could outsmart the swarm. Others insisted hiding was the only chance. The first death inside the zone occurred quietly. A survivor panicked, screaming at the flapping outside, and ran into the open. The swarm reacted instantly, a living black wave, and the others never saw him again. From that moment, the remaining survivors understood a cruel rule. Any exposure outside could bring the swarm to them. The group huddled together in silence, realizing the safe zone was only temporary. Every night the flapping grew louder, more organized. The bats' intelligence was undeniable. "They're not just surviving," whispered the teacher. "They're planning, and we're inside their plan." Chapter 20, Flight in the Endless Sky. By night 20, the survivors had made a decision. Staying put meant slow psychological death. Leaving meant risking exposure, but perhaps some chance of escape. They prepared a final flight from the safe zone, carefully coordinating movements and signals. Every noise was measured. Every shadow counted. They moved through alleys, across rooftops, using the darkness as a cloak. The swarm noticed. It moved like a living ocean, clouding the sky and streets. They weren't chasing. They were driving, directing, herding the survivors toward an unseen destination. By dawn, the survivors emerged from the town outskirts, gasping and trembling, only to see the world beyond dry hollow swallowed in a moving black cloud. The sky was no longer a sky. It was a vast, roiling sea of wings. The mechanic whispered, voice hollow, "This isn't dry hollow anymore. This is everywhere, and they know we're out here." The survivors had crossed the first boundary, but the apocalypse was no longer a place. It was a presence, and it had learned to hunt every shadow, every heartbeat. Chapter 21, The Swarm Expands. By night 21, the survivors had learned the terrifying truth. The bats were no longer just in dry hollow. They had spread to neighboring towns. Smoke rising from abandoned villages marked their path. Roads once full of cars were now empty, littered with debris, twisted signs, and overturned furniture. The swarm seemed to move with purpose. It avoided some areas entirely, suggesting intelligence, almost like they were selecting hunting grounds, herding humans into traps, or consolidating control over the landscape. From the top of a ruined water tower, the mechanic and teacher watched black clouds stretch for miles. He whispered, voice trembling, "This isn't a plague, it's a takeover, and we're the last witnesses." The survivors began recording patterns, but every map they drew became useless the next day. The swarm adapted faster than they could plan. Chapter 22, The Other Survivors. The survivors stumbled upon a small group hiding in an abandoned factory. At first, it seemed hopeful. More humans meant shared resources, extra eyes on the sky, and help moving supplies. But fear had twisted them. They were silent, tense, suspicious. One accidental cough almost triggered a swarm wave, sending everyone ducking into shadows. "They learn fast," whispered the factory leader. "One mistake and they're on you. Every sound counts. Every shadow is a weapon." Even within the factory, sleep was impossible. The bats would gather in patterns outside, flapping in circles so large they seemed to blot out the stars. Occasionally, a smaller wave would dive silently into an empty alley, then retreat, a calculated warning. The survivors realized the other humans were almost as dangerous as the bats. Panic was contagious. One false move could doom them all. Chapter 23, The Flight Across the Open Plains. The survivors decided to risk traveling across the open plains, where the swarm had not yet fully consolidated its hunting patterns. They moved under low light, hugging shadows and ditches. The silence was oppressive. Every rustle of grass or snap of twig caused them to freeze, holding breath, waiting for the swarm's response. They began to notice subtle signs. The bats didn't just attack, they coordinated. Wings fanned to direct, circling in arcs to herd humans. Sometimes the survivors glimpsed a shape too large for a normal bat, moving with deliberate, terrifying precision. A child whispered from behind, "They're thinking, they know we're alive." By night's end, the The survivors had crossed miles of barren land, but the swarm followed. A dark cloud on the horizon, relentless, patient. Chapter 24. The collapse of the last refuge. The survivors found a small abandoned settlement, a cluster of stone buildings that might have offered shelter. They barricaded doors, windows, and even dug small escape tunnels, hoping to survive at least one night in relative safety. But the swarm had anticipated this. Waves of bats attacked the perimeters, testing for noise and gaps. The survivors learned that even minor shadows moving across walls were enough to trigger investigation. The first night, a single scream shattered the tense quiet. One of the newcomers panicked, drawing a small wave inside. The swarm withdrew, but the survivors understood the cruel lesson. They were trapped and no barricade was safe. By dawn, the group was exhausted, traumatized, and realizing that hiding was temporary. The bats had mapped their minds. They didn't need to kill. They could break humans through fear alone. Chapter 25. The Endless Horizon. By night 25, the survivors were traveling again. Their numbers were smaller. Some had vanished. Some had succumbed to fear or exhaustion. The air was thick with the sound of the swarm, an unending hum, a heartbeat of wings that stretched across the horizon. From the top of a ridge, they could see the devastation. Entire forests were empty, towns abandoned, rivers dark with shadows of roosting bats. Humanity had retreated into pockets, scattered and hunted. The mechanic whispered, "We're not moving toward safety. We're moving toward whatever they want us to see." At that moment, a massive wave of bats surged over the ridge, blotting out the sky, flapping in orchestrated rhythm. It wasn't hunting yet. It was displaying. Every survivor froze. The intelligence was undeniable. This was not instinct. This was a demonstration of dominance. "They're not just surviving," said the teacher. "They own it all now. Every shadow, every wind, every light. And we were just part of the game." As the survivors continued into the night, the horizon stretched endlessly, black with wings. The apocalypse was no longer an event. It was a living, thinking, watching presence. And there was no escape. Chapter 26. The Swarm Revealed. By night 26, the survivors were exhausted. Food was gone, water scarce, and sleep had become impossible. Every shadow in the dark seemed alive. Every whisper of wind carried the hum of wings. They reached a high plateau overlooking the valley below. What they saw stole their breath. Thousands, millions of bats had formed a black cloud stretching from one horizon to the other. It moved like water, undulating, almost intelligent. "It's a storm," whispered the teacher. "A living storm," said the mechanic, "and we're inside it." The survivors realized they were no longer in control of anything. The swarm's size and coordination suggested long-term planning. The creatures had learned to herd humans, manipulate fear, and dominate landscapes. From below, they could see villages abandoned, roads empty, forests deadened. Humanity was no longer the apex species. The bats had taken the planet. Chapter 27. The Last Human Camp. Desperate for shelter, the survivors stumbled upon a small ridge with a makeshift camp. Other humans had been there, but most were gone. Signs of panic littered the ground. Overturned tents, scattered food, journals full of despair. One survivor found a map. It was crude, but it suggested that some regions were still lightly populated. Hope flickered. But night fell and the swarm arrived. Unlike before, this time they descended as a single coordinated cloud. The survivors watched in terror. The bats did not attack directly. They herded the humans like cattle, corralling them into the valley below. The survivors ran, using shadows and the terrain to their advantage. Every movement was precise, silent, a dance with death. They realized the swarm's intelligence was strategic, deliberate, and terrifyingly patient. "We're not being chased," said the mechanic, voice shaking. "We're being studied." Chapter 28. Into the Valley. By the 28th night, the survivors were forced into a vast valley surrounded by mountains. It was eerily quiet, almost peaceful until they looked up. The sky was alive with wings stretching endlessly. The swarm had grown larger, denser, moving in synchronized waves. The survivors learned that the bats had a hierarchy. Smaller flocks scouted, larger formations herded, and a few enormous figures moved independently, almost like generals directing the swarm. As they navigated the valley, they encountered ruins of other survivors, abandoned tools, empty shelters, journals of despair. The humans who had once fled the swarm had failed, leaving behind only warnings. Silence is safety, noise is death, they think. Every step forward was a negotiation with fear itself. The survivors had become shadows, ghosts moving through a living nightmare. Chapter 29, The Breaking Point. By night 29, their numbers were few. Hunger and exhaustion gnawed at them. Every decision was a gamble, every sound a potential signal to the swarm. The bats had learned to exploit emotion. Panic, anger, hesitation. Any hint of weakness drew flocks to test and terrorize. The survivors realized that the swarm's intelligence was psychological as well as physical. They debated one last plan: move toward the mountains, perhaps reach regions too high for the bats to dominate. Every step was calculated. Every heartbeat was loud in the silence. "If we fail," said the teacher, voice trembling, "this world, it belongs to them." And the swarm was watching. Every shadow of rock, tree, and cliffside was mapped by wings, measured, and learned from. Humanity's survival had become a game. Chapter 30, Nightfall. The survivors reached the mountain's base at dawn. The valley below was unrecognizable. Forests gone, towns empty, rivers darkened with the shadow of millions of wings. The sky above was an endless ocean of bats, stretching beyond sight, moving with awareness, patience, and intelligence that humans could barely comprehend. The survivors paused, listening. Silence had become impossible. Even the faintest rustle of their clothes sent waves of movement across the sky. They realized the truth. There was no safe place left on Earth. "We are ghosts now," whispered the nurse. "We exist only to be watched." They pressed onward, climbing toward peaks, slipping through shadows, surviving day by day. The swarm followed, always patient, always learning. Above them, the sun tried to pierce the clouded sky. The wings blocked it. The air vibrated with movement, a hum that was more than sound. It was a presence, a world-conscious predator. The survivors understood, finally. The apocalypse was complete. Humanity no longer ruled the earth. The planet belonged to the swarm. And in the endless night, the survivors vanished into the mountains, shadows among shadows, whispers among wings. The last remnants of a species hunted into extinction by a sky that thought, watched, and remembered every mistake. The hum of the swarm continued. The world had changed forever. The end.